Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Good to be with you on this Saturday afternoon. Live coverage from Churchill Downs and Aqueduct in South Ozone Park as we get set for the Late Pick 5 coming up in New York. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That is snow you see under those iconic twin spires in Louisville. Some weather out there, which we'll get to in a bit on Claiming Crown Day. Terrific card at Churchill as well. Greg Wolf, Anthony Stabile. Looking forward to a fun Saturday.
Yeah, getting things underway here. A little later than usual, but getting ready for the Late Pick 5. You know me and my multi-race sequences, sir. I am very much looking forward to it. And hopefully we can, actually alive in the early Pick 5, see if we can close the early and kick off the late the same way.
All right, we'll set up that first leg here in just a moment. We're going to take a look at Churchill right now, race 3, our first live action of this Saturday afternoon. Paulie knew the weather was coming. We're going to check in with Paul LaDuca here in just a moment. Quick look at the odds for this maiden special weight, one-turn mile undoubtedly. And the 4 Ghostly Girl, the 12 undoubtedly. First-time starter Bill Mott, Ghostly Girl experience, start number 3 for Kenny McPeak. Taking the majority of the money right now. There's that snow on the ground. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, Greg, there was a ton of snow last night. I woke up this morning and about 8 o'clock, looked outside, and it was actually beautiful. I mean, snow was coming down, almost an inch of snow, almost an inch and 3/4 or 2 inch of precipitation, if you can consider the rain as well. So, I mean, they had to take these races off the turf. We have a sloppy racetrack, but we have a tremendous race card. And in the last race, Strobe was 1-9. For a lot of people don't know about Strobe, a horse for Brad Cox that was 2 for 2. Highly regarded, ran in the last race and got beat by Kylie Jordan. Some upsets on this card already. This is a
Apologies, there are some issues technically with Paulie. We'll try and get him back if we can before we open the gates here for this third. In the meantime, who'd you like here, Anthony?
I went to the 12 undoubtedly. And to be honest with you, I didn't have a strong opinion in here, and I let the tote board be my guide. 5-2 on this Bill Mott first by Blame out of a Street Cry mare. Should love a wet track. Louis Saez, who's going to spend the fall down beneath the Twin Spires. He's already making an impression on the meet. So, yeah, kind of like this horse a little bit, pedigree play. The next thing you know, the horse is the co-favorite with a horse, number 4, Ghostly Girl, who's run twice. Didn't show much speed in either of her starts. So, see if undoubtedly breaks and goes. What I would imagine, especially with Louis Saez in the boot.
Meanwhile, the 4 at that same price at 5-2, and that's start number 3 for Ghostly Girl for Kenny McPeak. Nothing like experience, and actually was only beat a neck in a straight maiden race at Churchill, going 7/8 in the debut. Struggled start number 2 at Keeneland, but now back at Churchill where she ran so good first time out. Paul LaDuca tells us, since I guess we're not going to get him back, but a lot of buzz about this 12, his first-time starter all over the track. So we'll see if this one can run to expectations for Mott and Juddmonte Farm. As we go to Travis Stone, race 3 from Churchill Downs, our first live action of the afternoon, with that snow on the ground in Louisville.
Last time I remember snow, Greg, down at Churchill Downs, one of my worst racing memories. It snowed the morning of the 1989 Kentucky Derby when Sunday Silence beat Easy Goer. If Easy Goer had an Achilles heel, it was a wet track. Specifically, a wet Churchill Downs strip, as the two of the biggest defeats of his life came over wet Churchill Downs courses. The 1988 Breeders' Cup Juvenile to Is It True? And then, of course, the Kentucky Derby at the hands of Sunday Silence.
Keep in mind, if you're playing these multi-race wagers coming up here, this 4th race was supposed to be on the grass. Obviously, they're off the turf with this weather, but the 4th now main track, 5.5 furlong sprint, as we're just about loaded. Waiting on the 14, also eligible. Lexa draws in.
A gun runner.
Yep. First-time starter with Tyler Gaffleone from that outside post.
Guns and Lilies has blinkers on. Travis Snow will be it'll be very easy to spot her. Those are the limest blinkers I've ever seen
They really
in
are.
my life. Limest is not a word. I believe I just coined the phrase limest, but those are some lime green blinkers right there.
Now it's Travis Stone time. Here we go, race 3, Churchill.
They are in the gate. And they're off. Pretty even beginning. Alexa Lou is sent on right off the mark. Her ladyship is there. Vogelsong not far behind. And Ghostly Girl down toward the rail. But Alexa Lou is sent on for speed off the mark with Aisha RN. Those two will go head in head. Guns and Lilies comes up on their outside to track them from third. Now making it 3 across the track as they cross over. Aisha RN short lead. Guns and Lilies second. Alexa Lou pushed on for speed toward the inside in third. Vogelsong comes away fourth. Her ladyship in the clear advancing up from fifth. Ghostly Girl down inside racing sixth. Miss Peabody seventh. Mo Divine splits those two up into eighth. Undoubtedly is all the way back in ninth and is 8 lengths off the lead, followed by Lexa, and it's 5 back to Inside Girl, struggling at this point in a full-out drive. Far turn run, the opening quarter 22-4, the opening half 46-3. Pace is honest. Aisha RN going head-to-head with Guns and Lilies. Her ladyship right there outside. Miss Peabody picks it up with a 4-wide sweep. Ghostly Girl set to strike in behind. Needs to find a way through, though. Alexa Lou is there with Vogelsong. They're off the turn. Miss Peabody has swept to the lead. Miss Peabody takes over and kicks away by 2. Alexa Lou clear sailing now, and here she comes. 1 furlong to go. Miss Peabody by 2. Alexa Lou coming at her now. Final 16th. Miss Peabody's still there. Alexa Lou continues to close. Alexa Lou grabs the lead right at the wire. Alexa Lou, Miss Peabody, followed by Guns and Lilies and her ladyship.
Alexa Lou, Dallas Stewart trainer, second time out with the victory, getting by a filly who'd been on only turf the first 2 starts of her career.
Yeah. Alexa Lou, the dam, is a full sister to the one and only Rachel Alexandra. Samantha Nicole. Spitestown on top. Love the wet track today. You know it's Paco Lopez. You see how high he is in the saddle. He looks like an erector set standing straight up in the saddle on him. But, Miss Peabody, Deshaun Parker did the right thing. He turned her loose and made the lead when he could. And you'd have to think if you bet on Miss Peabody today, you were home Jerome. But Alexa Lou kept on coming. A little surprised, Greg, when you see the pedigree and Samantha Nicole and the full to Rachel Alexandra, and they kind of let this one out. There's no sales price on the next to this filly's age and birth month, which is a little surprising. So I would assume this was a private purchase. Just a little strange to see that, with Rachel only being able to produce 2 foals. There's another full sister running right now named Gladys. So you have Samantha Nicole. I was surprised they would let any of the female blood out of the line, because, you would kind of hope just between Jess's Dream and Rachel's Valentina, both winners, Rachel's Valentina, a grade 1 winner. You're a little surprised. I'm really surprised, to be honest with you, that they let some of the female blood out of the broodmare string.
And with that pedigree, too, surprised. She was 12-1 first time out. She's surprised again today at 7-1. Not taking attention on the board,
but
and an upset winner in the third.
She took a little sneaky money today because there was no real clear-cut favorite. You had a couple of 5-2 shots. She took a little money today.
Prices from that coming up in a moment. In our first live action underway here, we're going to get to this late pick 5 in New York coming up in a little bit. Race 5, we'll kick it off. Disregard what you see there on the screen. Race 5, 1-turn mile, condition $25,000 claiming race. Al's Prince, the 2. Deservedly taking a lot of money right now, 9-5.
Yeah, for me, this was a race about who had the best recent efforts. You get to these 25 beaten races. These conditions are a little different. Now, you see the B. We haven't seen that a lot in New York. The B means that it's a condition claiming race for 3 For horses 4-year-olds and up, they've never won 3. But if you're a 3-year-old, you could have won unlimited times.
Take a look at the post parade. We'll start with the Air Show. Rudy Rodriguez, Jose Lezcano, 7-1. Coming off back-to-back fifth-place finishes.
Yeah, ran into a little bit of a ringer last time. Kinetic Sky, a little bit better than the condition claiming, and he's kind of proven that in his subsequent starts. This horse makes a lot of sense today, and he's a square price at 7-1.
Here's the favorite, Alice Prince. Dylan Davis looking for a second today.
He has a win on a sloppy track, 3 starts back. There's some moisture in this track after the remnants of the tropical storm. It should have won last time, no question, but he has the best recent race.
9-2, Will E. Sutton for Mercan Cantermasi.
I think he has the second best recent race. He went 7/8 last time, made up some ground late in the game. He has a race 3 starts back that makes him a player as well.
I like this horse a little bit today. Ario, Eric Cancel for Mercan Cantermasi as well.
I couldn't find them, but I'm not going to knock anybody in here. He didn't run well the last time he was on the dirt. In fact, just one of his dirt starts was good.
Speed with Spectatorless, who went by, and here's Forever Wicked at 5-2.
Yeah, Spectatorless always shows speed. Forever Wicked, Randy Purcell, what price is he? Oh, 5-2. Randy can't win at 5-2. Those horses never win at that price for that barn. Now he makes sense in here.
And top of the man, Kendrick Carmouche, Mark Hennig. Struggled in the slop last start. This is a much easier spot.
Not sure if he wants to go the mile. He has 2 easy wins at 7/8 of a mile. That extra furlong does mean something, in my opinion. And he's a little quiet on the board at 6-1. I thought he would take a little bit more money.
Well, there's Willie Sutton. He's 9-2. But let's take a look at the favorite, Alice Prince, at 2-1. He's been the favorite throughout the wagering here. Dylan Davis, Jeffrey Englehart will team up. Just missed by a nose. Well clear of Forever Wicked last start.
Everybody likes to use, at the racetrack, you like to use different adjectives. This was a filthy nose, as far as I call them all filthy noses. You can argue that he should have won this race. And the truth of the matter is, there's not, it's hard to argue against it. He should have won this race. But like I said, he has the best recent race. 2 starts back, I don't know what happened 2 starts back. If I had a real good excuse or a real reason for what happened 2 starts back, I'd tell you can make a good bet on this horse today, despite the fact that they're in for the bottom. But I don't have a good reason for that, so I can't be that enthusiastic.
We got help.
Thankfully.
Maggie Wolfendale joining the program for the first time. Let's head downstairs.
Guys, I don't know how much help I can be here, but I think Alice Prince, he looks like the horse to beat. I really like the effort that he comes in here off of, and really no problems with him with my observations in the paddock or out on the track. But let's take a look at some higher price options. Greg, always intrigued to see that you like a price horse that I'm intrigued by based on physicality, and that's number 4, Ario in here. Maybe we can forgive him. He was coming in off about a 10-month layoff the last time he was on the dirt, and they chose to protect him that day, which is always a good sign, I think. He did break his maiden on the dirt in a maiden special weight, albeit at Laurel, and it's not as if he looks overly turf meant, to be quite honest. His pedigree could go either way too. So he looks fit, he looks strong, being 3rd off the bench here. I'm more on the positive end of things. If you're looking for just a horse who's a little bit of a stranger in this field, is number 7, Top of the Mint. Well, he really is warming up nicely now. It took him maybe an 1/8 of a mile to get going, but he looks great out there, really framed up well, throwing his feet out in front of him, and that's typical with Kendrick to really get a horse moving well. My biggest thing with him is he maxes out at 7. His best distance is 7/8, and I really think you're pushing him beyond his limits a bit when you get out to this mile. But I do think I would forgive him for that last effort, albeit against arguably maybe tougher horses in the start allowance, though off the turf. And 2, he's a horse that has a lot of corrective shoeing, and those sloppy tracks can sting a horse that might have compromised feet, Greg. So he's one that gets back on a dirt track or a fast track today, and definitely going well in the warm-ups.
All right, Maggie, thank you. So minute to post coming up in a race that's going to kick off this late pick 5. And you can play it, of course, with Naira Bets. Get signed up started. Go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Did you find a race to kind of lean on and key in this pick 5 sequence?
Now you're asking for a lot, Greg. Just kidding. In the 7th race, Chris and Dave I don't know if okay, so let me put it like this. My bankroll allowed me to use a couple of horses in the race. If your bankroll does not allow you to use a couple of horses in the race, Chris and Dave is the most reliable horse in this race, especially off his last 2 races. I mean, he's just ran against better horses and fast times, fast figs. So Chris and Dave, the number 4 in race 7, would be my lean if you have to.
All right, we got a new audience here joining us in just a few seconds. Slight pause, and we'll pick back up. Welcome to those on FS2. Been watching Big East basketball. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races. You see snow underneath those iconic twin spires in Louisville, Churchill Downs. That is the kind of weather they're having out there in Louisville. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. Greg Wolf alongside Anthony Stabile. Live racing on Claiming Crown Day at Churchill Downs, and we have the Late Pick 5 coming up here at Aqueduct.
If we had some snow here, at least my allergies wouldn't be going crazy. Yeah. This is 72 degrees, I believe it is right now. That's what I checked when we first came on the air.
Into mid-November. It's just crazy.
November 12th, and it's 72. The records are falling all over the place. Tonight it'll be 42 degrees.
This
Welcome
race,
to New York.
Yes, this race going to kick off this Late Pick 5. $25,000 condition claiming race, 1 turn mile. And for those just joining us, Al's Prince, the 2, he has been favored throughout in the wagering. We showed his race earlier. Those who just joined us may have missed it. He just missed by a nose, but it was a big effort.
Yes, it was a big effort. And, this was a tough race, Greg. We're not accustomed to these conditions where they not only now opened up to the condition claiming races, 2 life, 3 life, but now they let the 3-year-olds who have unlimited wins get into these races. So they're kind of tougher to handicap for me than maybe a bit of a classier race. So what I did was I left 5 of the 7 horses open here. You don't need me to help you with that. I took the 2 horses, the number 2 Al's Prince and number 3 Willie Sutton, who I believe have the best recent races. I believe the race they ran last time out, especially Al's Prince. If Al's Prince can come back with that race, he will win this race. I thought Willie Sutton ran well enough as well last time out. And Willie Sutton's a little sneaky. I almost picked him on top. And if I knew there would be this big a difference in the price, I probably would have. Because Willie Sutton has a race 3 starts back that he kind of reacted to 2 starts back, rounded back into form last time. If he can improve off the race 3 back for the Kentamachi barn, I think he's really live in here, and he's a square price at 6-1. He's the 5th choice in a 7-horse field. So I like the 2 and the 3. The tote board dictates that if you're going to bet one of them to win, it would be the number 3, but I picked the 2.
So pick 5 begins here. They're spectatorless. Moving in line is the biggest price on the board at 19-1, but that could be the one to try. That everyone's trying to run down here the speed, potentially the field. We are set for the Late Pick 5. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started.
Top of the mint moves in, and we are set for race 5. And they're off. Top of the mint, along with Ario. Top of the mint with a narrow lead. Ario is right there, and Air Show now moves up from the rail as Spectatorless, who was off a step slow, now quickly gains ground, and Spectatorless goes on with it. Spectatorless is in front and clear by 2.5 lengths. Top of the mint runs in second. Ario is next in third. Air Show down on the inside in fourth, and Al's Prince in fifth, followed by Willie Sutton in sixth. And it's a gap of 8 lengths back to the trailer for Ever Wicked in seventh. The first quarter, 23-1. Long shot, Spectatorless leads by 1.5 lengths. Top of the mint draws closer now on the outside in second. At the rail is Air Show in third as they approach the half-mile pole. Spectatorless now by 1/2 length. Top of the mint on the outside. Top of the mint and spectator list. Now they're together with Air Show looking to come through down at the rail. So it's 3 of them across. Al's Prince is next in 4th, followed by Willie Sutton. Now the battle is between Air Show and Top of the Mint. Spectator list drops back into 3rd. They're coming for the quarter pole. Top of the Mint on the outside and Air Show down at the rail. It's Air Show with the lead. Top of the Mint runs in 2nd. Farther back, Spectator list and Al's Prince as they move for the 8th pole. It is Air Show getting away to lead by 4. Top of the Mint is in 2nd. Al's Prince on the outside, and down at the rail, it is Forever Wicked. They're coming on for the finish, and it will be Air Show to win decisively here, and Forever Wicked closes from last to get 2nd and complete the exacta.
Air Show, Jose Lezcano, that rail left open, and he takes advantage. Teams up with Rudy Rodriguez here.
Kid, this was a good ride. Jose Lezcano saving all of the ground, like you pointed out, Greg. And when that hole opened up, he went inside of spectatorless. That's a bold move because spectatorless had broken slow, rushed up. You know, when they start to fade, you don't know if they're going to go left or right. Thankfully, he went right, and Jose Lezcano was able to cut the corner and get the job done. You know what's funny about this? Spectatorless is on the board at 5-1, right? And he's the 4th choice in here. He was the 2nd choice in the pick 5, and he was just $35 less than the favorite Al's Prince.
Jose Lezcano, a couple of wins already on today's card. Teaming up here with Rudy Rodriguez, 5-1, 1-6, 2-7 to close out the early pick 5 and to start the late pick 5 here. And if you like the Air Show, yeah, who's 3-1 morning line, got to be happy with 5-1 here.
Yeah, you do. He was my 3rd horse in. Thankfully, I threw him in the early pick 5, so I was able to cash it. I forgot to put my late pick 5 in.
It's okay because you have the late pick 4 next.
That's why the late pick 4 was invented for yo-yos like myself.
You have some other things on your docket right here.
Yeah, we're a little. We got a lot going on. We got Cleveland Crown. We got program tomorrow. We got a lot of good stakes action tomorrow here in New York and at Churchill
Which we'll
Downs.
be previewing a little bit later on in the show. Winter Memories. Terrific stakes action at Churchill Downs too. Some big names in Set Piece, Sconson.
I like
Bango.
our feature here today. This is a fun. I think there's some money to be made in our featured race today at the Big A. Because I don't like this horse who we're about to see on the screen.
Yeah, Unbridled Bomber ran the race of his life last time out. He's never come close to producing this kind of figure. He was out of this world, so he's basically a one-figure horse, which a lot of times handicappers say, stay away from these kind of horses.
I didn't go to this wedding right here.
18-1.
$38. I don't want to go to the funeral today as the 2-1 morning line favorite. I don't want to do it. Actually, funeral's probably a little harsh now. Divorce party? I know people have those things. Yeah, so we'll go. I didn't go to the wedding. I don't want to go to the divorce party. And it's not only he's not only a one-horse fig. It is on such an island. It's in the Bermuda Triangle, this figure.
Yeah.
Nothing else close. Now, and again, if you cashed on him last time at $38, congratulations. Great job. You want to come back with him today? You're allowed. I didn't. I'm not allowed. I can't go take him at 2-1 today. Sorry.
That is coming up in the 8th race. I mean, there's a few ways. I thought Rough Sea interesting coming in from Maryland.
Yeah, I know Andy likes him. He'll talk about him later. I like 235. I also thought that's the number 1, 235. There's a lot of numbers there. The number 4, 235. I thought the 1 Special Ops. If you're a back class fan, him and Senior Investment. Senior Investment was 3rd in the Preakness back in 2017, and Special Ops, the stakes winner. He's got some races that would really, really put a hurting on that field.
Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Races 6 through 9. That's the late pick 4. As we're good on this main track here in New York, they're slopping off at Churchill with that snow on the ground in Louisville. All these races you can play by getting signed up, started with Naira Bets. Get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus just for playing with that code right there, match 200 at NairaBets.com, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Now, Luis Saez, he was deadlocked with Tyler Gaffalione at Keeneland, wound up taking that riding title over Gaffalione, coming up the rail at 26-1 in the finale. And he's ready to give Gaffleone another run for his money at the Churchill Downs meet. We'll have more on Saez when we come back.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back at America's Day at the Races on FS2, program brought to you by the one-of-a-kind sprinter Run Happy, now standing legendary stall number 1, Claiborne Farm, undefeated as a sprinter, including the Breeders' Cup Sprint. And we're back to claiming Crown Day, Churchill. This was meant for the grass, been taken off, obviously. And 5.5 furlongs now. Main track in a limited field is left. Spycraft 6-5 on the board for trainer Joe Sharp. Adam Beschizza will ride.
Yeah, Spycraft is a turf stakes winner, but he has won races on the main track, 3 to be exact. I remember when he broke his maiden, I believe Tommy Albatrani at Belmont Park for Godolphin back in the day, as the kids say. You see, yeah, all those races.
Yeah, and looking ahead, I don't know who's you're most interested in watching. You know who I am, though. Beverly Park in that 8th, who is that 22-time winner. We've seen on this program a lot, but just a win machine. He's making his 26th start of the year. He's already won 12 times this year.
Lucky for you and our fans watching, the race I'm most interested in is right now.
And why is that?
I like the second longest shot on the board.
Okay, we'll get to that one in a moment. We start with the favorite. Here's Spycraft. Again, Joe Sharp trains, coming out of a stake on the turf at Laurel.
Yeah,
Pimlico.
He's actually he won stakes up at Canterbury this summer. Kind of tailed off a little bit since that Canterbury form, though.
3-time winner on dirt, however, with the surface switch.
Yes.
CC's Kit in the 5.
Yeah, this horse ran one time on a main track, got a 7 by our speed figure. He's going to need to improve off of that, Greg.
Petit Verdot just won at Keeneland. That was a 10,000 starter allowance at 7-1.
Yeah, and you're going to see all kinds of horses in these races. His form is better on the all-weather than it is on the main track, but he certainly has a license in here.
2-1 on this gray Son of Golden Cents, 7 cents.
Yeah, for our buddy Tom Morley. He claimed this horse 3 starts back. Last time against Thin White Duke, he ran pretty well, but he's going to go back to the main track now. He has a win. He tried a wet track once. He got an 85 by our speed figure.
And towing, he came back off a year's layoff, second beat a length for 20 non-winners of 2. He's a new gelding, and he's quick. You think he'd get better off that long layoff as
He's
well.
off the layoff. I have a feeling when this gate opens, Rafael Bejarano is going to put the pedal to the metal and just try and bottom these horses out. It's only 5.5 furlongs. And I know Spycraft does have some speed. I think this horse, especially with the gelding, being a gelding now, is going to be a little bit faster.
Well, let's go to Paula Duca for more.
Yeah, very interesting race here in the start allowance condition. And I can't understand where all the money is going here to Spycraft for Adam Beskica and Joe Sharp. Wolf, you talk about it a lot. Turf speed somehow translates to dirt speed, where dirt speed sometimes doesn't translate to turf speed. So I do think Spycraft will get to the front end in here. And I actually agree a tiny bit with Anthony as well. With towing is going to be, I would think, forwardly placed, or at least right on the hip of Spycraft. My worry, obviously, with towing is off a year layoff, only had one race. Carlo Laccarezza had a runner yesterday, shell shocked, looked home and cooled out and just got tired in the last 100 yards. And I'm wondering if this racetrack, with all the precipitation, the snow that we got, it's sort of gotten tiring. Towards the end of the day, in the last race, the heavy favorite just kind of hit a wall when he hit the front, and the 3 almost re-rallied and catch him. So I don't know if you're going to need some fitness. So that would be my only concern with the 11. The 9 in here, at 2-1, 7 cents for Tommy Morley. It's a really tough gauge, right? Because this horse has only run one time. Anthony mentioned an 85 buyer over a wet surface, but he's by far the class of the field. I get it, not maybe on dirt, but he's the class of the field. He's run against the best runners in here, so I think you have to include him. I actually like the 6, and the 6 benefited the most by far in this race, 20-1 on the morning line, but this horse has got dirt numbers that fit right in. Last race is the best number in this field. Now, will he bounce it all? We'll see what happens. He's been over a wet track. It was not good, but that was when he was a 2-year-old, so I think his mind had grown up a little bit. He looked tremendous on the racetrack. So it's 7-2. I thought this was a kind of 3-horse race, 1, 6, 9. If the 11 could put enough pressure on the 1, it might set up for the 6 and 9 in here.
Paul, thank you. Look, going 5.5 furlongs on this track, the condition that it's in, and if you're spraying the field behind you with all that mud coming back up in their face, being in front is a very good place to be.
Giant advantage. And that's what I'm hoping with towing. I'm hoping he's able to get to the front, but I'm not naive enough to think that Spycraft isn't going to be aggressively ridden from his inside draw either. I'm sure he will be.
No question, especially when he got a bullet 3-furlong drill, which no doubt they used to try and put some speed back into him. Horse who's already quick anyway. 35-3 move on November the 5th.
He's a fast horse. He's a fast horse. You just got to hope that if you're me and you like towing, that you're just hoping that him being gelded and the outside draw kind of allows him to break a little more cleanly and just get to the top. I like his pedigree for a wet track too.
Meanwhile, here's 7 cents, who all of a sudden is 8-5 now.
This is a remarkable price on this horse. Because common sense would tell you that the horse got on a van and he went down there to run in a turf sprint. And the race comes off the turf. You're there. You call the racing office to scratch and they say to you, hey, and I don't know that this happened, I'm just giving you a scenario. Hey, you make 5. And when you look at that, it kind of pays the ship bill. So you're already down there. Might as well take a little swing. That's how I see it anyway. I wouldn't bet this horse that he can win. I wouldn't bet him at 8-5.
Yeah, that seems massively over bet. We'll see how he fares here. Second time for 7 cents. The 9 on a dirt track didn't hit the board the first time. Luis Saez with the call. As we are set, race 4, Churchill Downs. Off the turf, we go to Travis Stone.
And they're off. Spycraft broke near the back, but it's a tight pack nonetheless. Towing far outside. Spycraft comes through toward the rail. CC's Kitten is there with Petit Verdot. 7 cents backs out to trail early on. Here's Spycraft, who comes on through to take the lead, heading for the far turn. Spycraft in front, towing on the chase in second. CC's Kitten tucked away third toward the rail. Petite Verdot advancing outside of that one from fourth and now third. 7 Cents is up into fourth as CC's Kitten tails off to the back. So round the far turn, Spycraft hounded by towing. These two going 1-2 with Petite Verdot, making steady progress up on the outside now third. 7 Cents in fourth. They're swarming in on Spycraft. Here's Petite Verdot in between towing. 7 Cents down the center. 1 furlong to go. Petite Verdot short lead. Towing fights on. Spycraft gives way. 7 Cents now third. Final 16th coming. Towing is a tough customer. Petite Verdot and towing locked in battle to the wire. Petite Verdot towing. Maybe Petite Verdot. Good Bob nose down first. Towing right there. Farther back 7 Cents or Spycraft.
Petite Verdot in a tight one down the stretch with towing in here. It looks like Petite Verdot backs up that victory at Keeneland for Tom Van Bird.
Yeah, last 2 jumps, Petite Verdot. These two really knocked heads. And the whole race changed, Greg, when Spycraft did not break alertly. He kind of hesitated a little bit at the start and rushed up, and he had towing chasing him around there, and he backed out of it right inside the 8th pole and left it to these two. And Petite Verdot are going to get the job done 2 in a row. 2 photo finish wins in a row.
Getting back to dirt's been a good thing for this 4-year-old son of Vancouver. 2 victories since returning to dirt at Keeneland, now at Churchill. We'll have the prices for you when we come back from a break. Late pick 4. Coming up next in New York, we're 7 minutes away from the 6th that will kick off the sequence. There's a look at the 9. Speed with this one. Kendrick Carmouche will ride, off to a great start at this meet.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December. And obligatory goes by the ball.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Launch your thoroughbred ownership experience with Flying Partners Racing, a New York and Florida-based racing partnership with winning percentages over 20% at Belmont,
Lone Rock to win,
and 25% at Saratoga in 2021.
Ice Princess.
Limited opportunities available now, with yearling partnerships coming this fall.
It is Tell Your Daddy.
Meet the Flying Partners team at our open house. Visit flyingpartnersracing.com to learn more.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. So we get set for the late pick 4 ahead here in New York. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Pick 4 sequence in New York begins with a 6-furlong sprint. It's for New York breds, $25,000 maiden claiming group. Looks like all the attention here outside. 7, 8, 9 is it looked where this race would go through.
I can't disagree.
And right now the 7 Big Bean Christine, the favorite, despite 7 and 8, both 0 for 13 records here coming in.
Yeah. I don't deal in absolutes, but I will hardly ever, 99.8% of the time, I'm not picking a horse that's 0 for 13.
Maybe except in this case?
No.
Okay. Carlan, 11-1.
Yeah, Carlan cuts back from the mile to 6 furlongs, finished third. First time Lasix 2 back going 3/4.
Dirt debut, Bourbon Diversion coming up.
5 turf races. It's starting a poly track down at Gulfstream as well. Maybe the cutback in distance will help.
It's been turf the last 4 starts for Chiara. The dirt form first 3 starts was very little.
Yeah, very, very, very little for this daughter of Golden Sense, who's 13-1.
Busy Izzy is the biggest price on the board.
I don't know if surface is going to matter. She got beat 17 3/4 lengths on the grass, 45 1/4 lengths on the dirt last time.
Beaten 1 horse in 2 starts. Tonight we love Blinkers Go On.
Yeah, just 1 time on the board in 9 starts. The blinkers go back on. She ran 3 times with them earlier this year to no avail.
Frosty Invasion, blinkers come off, Manny Franco.
Now the contenders come in. Blinkers come off, like you said. She ran third twice without the blinkers back in August and June.
Big Bean Christine, that last race might be good enough to win it.
0 for 13, second start for the barn. She got beat up at Finger Lakes in a race she had to win.
New York Supreme, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, 0 for 13 as well, but only 7 of those came on the main track. She can win this race.
Off since January. Keep that in mind with the 8. And then this looks like the speed, potentially the race. Summer Snow dropping a class, blinkers on, and Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, everything you just said. You took everything I wanted to say away. First time in for the tag. For me, first time in for this cheaper tag, I should say. For me, she is the pick based on being a drop down and the fact that, quite frankly, she is disappointed the least of the 3 horses I think can win this race, the 7, 8, and 9.
And now she'll get to likely her easiest field to try and break that maiden.
Yep.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Big A and I are on the same page when it comes to our picks here and how we got to number 9. But let's take a look, though, at the layoff horse, and that is New York Supreme in here. She's not an easy animal to ride, that's for sure, as she can break poorly. She can then try to run off sometimes in the race. That has mostly been, though, in her turf efforts. We'll see how she does here getting back to the dirt. She's run okay. Obviously, her last start before that long layoff would make her a legitimate player here. But I will say, in that last effort, she was nervous. She was shaking, she was washed out, and it was January. And while she's gotten a little warm here, she kind of has that long coat to her, it was really nothing compared to what it was that day. And so she just seems a lot more settled, a lot more content, and she does come back in here looking fit. It's just a matter of she's had too many chances for me, as Anthony was saying, but does go first time out for Ray Handel, who's having a great start to this Aqueduct meet. Number 9, Summer Snow. Last time I saw her up in Saratoga, she was really bad to saddle. Another one that was incredibly nervous prior to going out to the racetrack. She does have blinkers today, a pair of bigger cheater blinkers, but with holes on the side. So not closing her in that much, but still, hopefully enough to keep her settled and focused, which I think it has today. She looks really strong behind the saddle. A little less ground, I think, is going to be favorable for her. And it's just the class and the fact that she, as Anthony said, hasn't disappointed us as much as the others. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thanks. 7-2 on that outside runner, Summer Snow. And, yeah, appears to be, at least against this kind of group, the upside horse in this field with only 4 starts to her credit and easiest field she's tackling, and she might be the one in front they're all chasing.
She's supposed to be. I would hope that those are the instructions. And, you know, when you have Kendrick aboard and those are the instructions, you feel quite confident that they're going to be filed. New York Supreme had plenty of gas at one point of her career. The problem is it was 3 years ago, and a lot has changed in 3 years for this daughter of Constitution. Maybe getting to Ray Handel's going to help her cause. I don't know. She's had a lot of breaks. Again, a long, a career that's spanned 3 years now.
I'll say this. that she finally got back on dirt January 8th. It's a long time off, obviously, but she got bumped out of the break in that race, so that's why she was nowhere near the lead. She still had shown turf sprinting speed. You see a bullet, quickest at 208 in the morning bullet drill, October 15th. Fresh off the bench. Very good chance she is going to be quick early.
Yeah, listen, there was a point in time where she was the clear-cut speed of this race. Nobody in this heat could have gotten in front of her. No one. I don't know if that horse exists anymore. And the problem, I think, Greg, is, you know, she was on a long enough form cycle from July through January of last year into this year. And she got back to the dirt and she was competitive. And I'm not 100% sure. I think this was one of the turf races this is one of the races we originally had for turf that we then canceled as the season wore on here in New York.
Look at Ray Handel's numbers with this type of move with the 8 in here. Off a lengthy layoff, dirt sprints last 5 years, 43% from limited starters, but 6 for 14. He gets it done.
He does. No, Ray's one of the top trainers on the circuit, and certainly, you know, a guy that's young and knows what he's doing. You're not, you know, when I bet on Ray Handel, I feel like I'm getting my money in with the goods. I have no problem betting on Ray Handel. He just hasn't followed through on that dinner offer from Saratoga, which seems like 15 years ago, but I'm going to stop holding my breath.
Maybe next summer you can cash in.
Yeah.
There is the 8 for Ray's barn moving in with Dylan Davis. We're set for the late pick 4. Let's go to John Imbrial.
They're all in line. And they're off. There goes Chiara out for the early lead, joined quickly on the outside by Summer Snow, and Summer Snow takes the lead. New York Supreme gains quickly on the outside. Chiara down at the rail is in third. Big Bean Christine is next in fourth. Bourbon Diversion is fifth. Frosty Invasion next in sixth, followed by Carl Ann. And Tonight We Love, and trailing the field is Busy Izzy in ninth. And the field is spread out going into the far turn through a quarter in 22 and 3. And the leader here is New York Supreme, stepping away to lead by a half dozen lengths. Then Summer Snow and Big Bean Christine. Chiara moves through down at the rail. Summer Snow is dropped out of it as New York Supreme comes into the stretch with the lead. Chiara now takes second. And on the outside is Big Bean Christine, and she is gaining ground. Here's Chiara. Here's Big Bean Christine. New York Supreme has stopped. They're moving for the 16th pole. It is Big Bean Christine in front. Chiara is second. They come on for the finish, and Big Bean Christine has broken her maiden. Chiara was second, and Frosty Invasion finished third.
New York Supreme looked like she was going to run off with this. Wound up going a little too fast. Backed up. Big Bean Christine, 14th time out, breaks her maiden.
Yeah, New York Supreme did not break, and once she didn't, she kind of rushed up under Dylan Davis. I don't even think it was Dylan's fault. I think she just caught a flyer and took off with him a little bit too fresh off the 10-month break. The old adage is at some point they will find their friends. And, sir, Big Bean Christine, I think Chiara and Frosty Invasion are her best friends today, because she certainly found her friends this afternoon.
Went off the favorite in here, Trevor McCarthy, Michael Catalano, Big Cherry Racing, and it's all about finding the right spot. It's a huge part of this game, and she certainly does today.
And now
2-1 over 18-1, by the way, for Exacta.
And now it's okay that I didn't put in my late pick 5 ticket, because I was not using Big Bean Christine today. I was going to keep my ticket small.
So you're a winner.
I am a winner, yes. My Naira Bets account is just as flush as it would have been. It's more flush had I put the pick 5 ticket in.
7-3-6 finish. We'll have the prices from this first leg of the pick 4 when we come back. Coming up later on, it's going to be fun to watch. Debut coming up for a young rider, getting a big opportunity. First career mount ahead for Maddie Olver. We'll tell you how it came to be when we return. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Before she began as an exercise rider just a few short years ago, Maddie Olver had never even watched a horse race, ever. Once she got a leg up, though, on a thoroughbred, that changed everything. Olver knew she had found her calling in life and worked to make that a reality. Thanks to the support of the Clement Barn, her dream is coming true.
Now you've been working for a while now with Christophe Clement, his son Miguel.
Yes.
When and how did you hook up with them?
I was still in college at the time, and I was looking at a stakes race, and I saw this name Clement, and I said, oh, that's French. And so I looked them up. They have a website, and I sent them an email with my resume, and I said, I'm looking for a job to ride racehorses after I graduate college. If you have a place, would you be willing to give me an opportunity, give me a chance? And they were so wonderful, immediately reached back out to me, had me come out to Florida to do like a week trial while I was still in school, and then offered me a job when I graduated.
She's very knowledgeable, but she's willing to learn. She's open-minded, and I think that's a great attribute. From day one, she's been an exemplary employee. She works hard, she's dedicated, but I think she's a talented rider. She quickly developed to our main work rider here in Saratoga, and she's guided many good horses so far in the mornings, so it's just a question of whether or not she can do it in the afternoon.
What was the turning point for you when you said, you know, I not only want to exercise horses, I want to be a jockey?
I was in the process of pursuing my license in France when unfortunately COVID shut everything down. There's been some friends that I've had here and some other riders that have truly changed my life, and the Clements as well, with the mentorship and the encouragement that they've given me, the non-stop encouragement from the moment I said, hey, I would like to do this. It's been really special, and I'm very grateful.
There are several protocols that an apprentice rider has to go through just to get the opportunity to ride in the afternoon.
The exercise rider has to prove to us that they can stay on the horse and break from the gate. So they would need clearance from the outrider, the starting gate, and they're also going to need 3 reference letters, and they must have been galloping horses for at least 3 years to be eligible to apply for a jockey license.
So just to get the opportunity to compete in the afternoon takes an incredible amount of hard work.
I want to be as strong as I absolutely can. I run every other day, and then I go to the gym every other day, but also every day I do 100 push-ups. I'm getting to a 4-minute plank. I'm only at 3 right now. 4-minute wall sit, and just little things like that. But the end goal is to be really strong in that finishing drive, which is something especially that people tend to be really hard on girls for. I don't want people to say, oh wow, she's a strong rider for a girl. I want people to say, she's a strong rider. I try to use the people that have a lot of knowledge, such as yourself, other jockeys. Miguel has watched race replays with me and to just show me what is a good ride versus a bad ride, or what makes a win versus what makes a loss. I've learned how to read PPs. I mean, I watch racing, and I just try to talk to as many people and get as much information as possible, because there's so many people that are so willing to offer information. I feel that I've been working hard, and I feel really good about the work that I've put into it, so I'm just happy to be where I'm at.
And first opportunity for young Maddie Olver going to be coming up in our nightcap today here at Aqueduct. She'll be in the 3 Flattering Gal for the Orlando Noto Barn. Very excited to see her get this opportunity. Hopefully first of many to come. And Clements, as you see from that piece, she has said they've really been her racing family. Dairy Nane was the first breeze out of the gate for her in America. Pretty good one to be on, who wound up going to the Breeders' Cup that year.
Yeah, stakes horses. That's a lot of confidence. You know, where she's learned, you're not going to get a better experience, soup to nuts. So it's all in this young lady's hands now, because I know Christophe and Miguel have sent her off from the nest ready to take on this big old racing world. Best of luck to her. It's great to see people work hard and achieve their goals and their dreams.
And that's one of the things Clements have said about her, too. She works incredibly hard. So well deserving this opportunity. She's 23 years old, and her debut coming up later today. That's race 9 at Aqueduct on the 3 Flattering Gal. So we look forward to that. Wish her all the best going forward as we get back to Churchill Downs. And race 5 coming up next here. This race, starter allowance, 1 turn mile. It starts off a pick 4. And even money. She's all woman, the 6, who we'll get to. We start with 4 in exchange.
Couple of sprint tries since her July break. Stretches back out to the mile now where she is 0 for 2. She also is 0 for 6 at Churchill Downs.
Farron Peterson riding on the 1. Teller to Sing, taking money at 9-2, comes off a win at Keeneland.
Yeah, a couple of second-place finishes beneath the Twin Spires. 4 for 5 with a second-place finish on wet tracks, Greg. I just don't know if she's fast enough overall.
17-1 next door, No More Mask.
Another one stretching out from a series of sprint races to this 1-turn mile. She tried the mile once. She did not run very well. She ships down from the Mid-Atlantic and gets Paco.
Speed, route speed with long-legged Laverne at 10-1.
Looking for 6 in a row, 2 for 5 at Churchill in her career. Joey Ramos coming in from Horseshoe Indy for the ride.
Another one who loves an off-track. 4 for 8 on the off going. The 5, Mao Lin, comes off a victory. Back-to-back wins.
Yeah, first off the claim. Yeah, it's surprising to see these horses snatched up for the 12-5 and right into this heat.
4 in a row for this even money favorite. Here, She's All Woman.
Yeah, 4 for 7 on the year. 3 second-place finishes, as consistent as they come. Undefeated in the Saffie Joseph barn off this claim.
Destiny's Darling. Michael Evans trains. This one is probably the speed of the field.
Coming back in 10 days off a series of sprint races at Indy, Mahoning Valley, Belterra Park. Are going to be tested for class and distance this afternoon.
Hashtag lucky, 10-1. More pace, but that sprint speed next door, it looks imposing.
Yeah, one of a bunch of horses in here who just does their best running on the front end, and only 1 or 2 of them will have the lead in here. Only 1 of them will have the lead. That's how it works. But there's an awful lot of horses in here that look like they need to be forward. She's one of them.
And this one looking like she's getting over the wet, going pretty good here in the warm-up. Invaluable, Louis Saez rides, blinkers on.
Blinkers go on. You know, she's a little bit of a Jekyll and Hyde type of mare. When she shows up with her best races, she could be right there today, but she hasn't run her very, very best in a long time. That was actually back here at Aqueduct when Pat Reynolds had her. But if she can come back to one of those races, she could be competitive.
Well, let's check in with Paula Duca for more. She's All Woman, Paulie, South Florida specialist, or can she get it done here?
You know, it's very interesting. A lot of people are saying, oh, okay, this horse is coming in from South Florida. How's Edgar Zayas going to take to this 30-degree weather? I think a lot of thoroughbreds would actually like it here. If you're a thoroughbred aficionado, they love the colder weather. So I'm kind of not worried at all about the 6. And listen, she is the one to beat. She's coming off, like Anthony says, 4 in a row, undefeated in the Saffie Joseph barn, has a win over a wet track. But I don't know if even money is the right recipe. I understand she's the one to beat, but this is a salty field. You mentioned that the 9 was moving over the racetrack very well, invaluable. Blinkers go on. I have not seen this 5-year-old mare at all. Blinkers have gone on. They come back with a drill at Turfway, which was interesting. They had this horse over at Ellis Park, then went to Keeneland, ran the horse at Keeneland, then they worked the horse at Turfway. So that work had to be pretty darn good to come back in here after the $32,000 claim, 2 back in here. So, you know, the 9 to 7-2, a decent price. I think the overlay in here is the 8, hashtag lucky. Jean Avello takes over the irons for this filly here for Rodolfo Sanchez Salomon. And this horse has a couple races over a sloppy racetrack. The 1-turn mile at Laurel, that's a monster number. And at 10-1, I thought that horse had an outside look in here. I do think the 6 is by far the horse to beat in here. You know, guys, you sit here and you talk about the claiming crown, and what's really cool about it, I was watching Eddie Gerardo, who I think Maulin's got an outside shot here. Eddie Gerardo, I want to say this is his first mount ever at Churchill. When they were jogging and going to the clubhouse turn, all he was doing was smiling and staring at the Twin Spires as he was jogging and just taking Churchill Downs all in.
Big moment, yeah, for a lot of these connections. I'm glad Paulie brought up Mount Lynn, the 5, because this horse, 3 for 4 on an off track and coming in off back-to-back wins, but it's the win 2 back. sloppy track, and yes, much, much softer circuit, Thistledown. That number, though, as good as any number that the 4-5 favorite has put together. It was a number that came at Thistledown, though, for what it's worth, but it did come on a sloppy racetrack as well. She's 14-1.
It's so weird to me when you know this event is coming up, and the former barn did everything they could. They protected her for months. And then 3 weeks before the event, you drop her in for a tag. Some things just, I don't understand some things in this game, sir. That's one of them. Because you have to think that when she had the summer, she had a couple of wins. They had to be thinking this. And that she was protected allowance races all spring and summer long. And she gets claimed. That would be a humbling experience if this 14-1 shot got home for the Briar connection.
Meanwhile, there's the 4-5 favorite. So that's She's All Woman, the 6, Saffie Joseph Jr. And yes, since he claimed, she has gone on a run. 6-year-old mare, put together 4 consecutive victories, including this race. Last time out, this was on a sloppy track at Gulfstream and was dominant, winning by more than 3 lengths.
Yeah, and she handles a wet track. She handles dry ground. And most importantly, Greg, she does not have to be on the lead. In a race full of speed, she's able to sit off them, set up camp behind the speed, make one run. I guess her biggest knock would be she's been beating small fields, 5- and 6-horse fields, and this is a little bit bigger. She's going to have to get she's going to have to navigate through more rivals than she's used to. But I mean, if she comes with her A race, they're all running for second money here.
So 4-5, she's a multiple winner on an off track. That race, obviously, we showed you on a sloppy racetrack. No 2 wet tracks that were the same.
Correct. Good point. It's almost a great point. I'm just going to say it's a good point.
And we talked about the 9, who seemed to be getting over this track, warming up.
She has back
Very
races.
nice.
She has back races that make her a player. See if the real Invaluable shows up today.
See stretches back out to a mile. Doesn't want to win at it. Hasn't been her best distance, though. Travis Stone, the call. Pick 4 starts here in the 5th.
They're in the gate. And they're off. For an exchange for the inside post, racing for the lead. No More Mask is there. Destiny's Darling and She's All Woman is up close. And from the far outside, here comes Invaluable and Hashtag Lucky showing speed too. So the outside 3 go on with it. Hashtag Lucky, Destiny's Darling, and Invaluable. Right behind them, She's All Woman comes away racing 4th, well in the clear. No More Mask toward the inside and up close 5th. Malin is right there, 2 and behind horses, racing 6th. 4 lengths back to For an Exchange and 7th. Another 2 from there to Long-Legged Laverne, who's near the back today. The trailer is Tell Her to Sing as they move down the backstretch. The pace is sharp, a 22-2, opening quarter mile. Hashtag Lucky goes head-to-head with Invaluable through a half and a punishing 45-4. The pace is sharp indeed onto the far turn, and Invaluable takes charge. Invaluable takes over the lead with 3 furlongs to go. Hashtag Lucky's losing ground under pressure. Destiny's Darling comes on through between horses. She's a Woman is there. Farther back, Malin is racing in 5th. From the back, For an Exchange started to make some progress with Tell Her to Sing. Long-Legged Laverne goes wide. They're off the turn. Invaluable sets for home in front by 3. Destiny's Darling fully extended. Tell Her to Sing's closing. Long-Legged Laverne is closing. For an Exchange is 2. Invaluable still the one to catch. The lead is 2.5. Malin trying to run down with Tell Her to Sing, but it's Invaluable still there. And Invaluable goes all the way up top to win it 1.5 lengths. Malin was 2nd. Tell Her to Sing was 3rd, and Long-Legged Laverne checked in 4th.
Invaluable blinkers on. Luis Saez continuing to make an impact in Kentucky.
Yeah, this was a good ride. You pointed this horse out, Greg, right away. Said this horse was getting over the track well. She really, really was. The blinkers woke her up. Louis was able to get her a lot closer today on the stretch out from the 6 furlongs, 6.5 furlong races, and she made the lead. She made the lead pretty early on in this heat, and she kept on going. Malin, you mentioned 2 horses in here. Invaluable and Malin. You're supposed to be getting ready to leave Andy alone and taking the rest of the day off, but no. No exact. Come on, man. Can't do that to me.
Got to punch the exact the next time.
Man. I bet 6'5", 6'9" because of you. I got no 9'5". I'm an idiot, too.
Invaluable to win. One of those prices for you coming up. A lot of really competitive races still coming up on Claiming Crown Day. Enjoyed it again, as always.
See you tomorrow.
All
Good
right,
luck.
Andy Serling joining me after a short timeout. A lot more coming up here, including up next, Chris and Dave. 17-time winner for this trainer, Rob Atras, who's continuing to have another great year, over $3 million in earnings in 2022. And he pick up another win with the old veteran, Chris and Dave, coming up next.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside, and they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for sticking with us here on America's Day at the Races. We are proudly brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net. Starter 20 on tap here for today's 7th race. We're going the 1-turn mile, and we see favoritism at 7-5 on locally owned, as he'll shorten up a bit in distance for first time in a long time. But taking a look at a horse who is making his 18th start of 2022. We have seen that Lynn Cash, or Norm Cash, isn't afraid of running his horses, and he certainly isn't afraid of shipping them either, as we see Outlier come in off of a gritty second place effort at Keeneland last time. He was wide the whole way. He tried unbelievably hard, and we even saw the horse that finished right behind him, Silver Dust, albeit not win, but come back and run very well in a subsequent effort at Churchill in running second. And considering that he has done so much running and shipping, which can take a lot out of a horse, I don't see any signs of that with him. His coat is rich and hydrated. He's dappled head to toe. His weight is great, and he's a little bit of that smaller, kind of not this time frame to him. So I think it allows him to maintain that condition, to maintain that health and that sound way of being. So I think he's a bit interesting here, and I certainly don't mind the 1-turn mile for him. Now returning to the NYRA circuit is number 7, No Salt. Last time out, it was a glacially slow pace, or at least early on, and the horse that set the pace actually finished second, and he just stalked very comfortably from the outside and was able to will out the win. He comes in here, and he's a horse that can be a little bit on the nervous side at times, and he isn't. At least, going back to when I last saw him in more like the springtime, he's not today. He's nice, relaxed, comfortable, healthy, great hind end to him. So I don't mind what I'm seeing from him, and he is taking quite a bit of money as I get it back upstairs as Greg Wolf, he's joined by a new face.
Yeah, Maggie, thank you. Andy joining me on set. Good to have you here.
Good to be here.
As great card at Churchill with these claiming crown races and very competitive 7th here in New York next. The horse who's favored ran a very good second against the horse who's maybe the horse to beat in the feature coming up.
Yeah, I find it very surprising that Chris and Dave is 3-1 right now. It's almost like one of the reasons the 1's such a heavy favorite is that Chris and Dave's a little chilly on the board. You could never imagine he'd be a longer price than the 7. I'm going to try Outlier in here. Best price of the contenders. I thought the 1, 3, and 4 were the right horses, so I'll try Outlier to get a little bit of price.
Outlier the 3 for Norm Cash, who we saw have a pretty huge weekend. Was it last weekend? I believe it was.
Or two weeks ago. The week before the Breeders' Cup when he won the Kelso and he was second in the Bold Roar.
Yeah.
They all start to blend into one. You know that you're really one of us when you can't remember when yesterday could have been a month ago and a month ago could have been yesterday.
My new mornings are 5 a.m. thanks to my son, so I can't remember anything.
I think that's also when you go to sleep at 5 a.m. because the babies keep you up all night.
Here's Chris and Dave. This is strange to see him at 3. He was 4-1 just a few moments ago. He's come down to 3-1 here. He's a 17-time winner. Rob Atras has him now. 3rd start. He claimed him a few starts back at Saratoga. He usually shows up.
Horse that was well beaten in this race came back and won our 2nd race today, albeit against lesser horses, but this is a pretty strong, contentious field. I'm not really sure where the winner came up with that race, but I'm just shocked that he's 3-1 and locally owned is 2-1. I'm not saying they couldn't have been similar prices, but it does feel like there's a large differential in their prices. I didn't look at the multis. Maybe he's much shorter with the CAW money in there. Nothing as locally owned. I just thought he should have been favored.
Even crazier, and you brought it up earlier, the disparity between the 4 and the 7.
Right. The 7 being a shorter price than the 4. And once again, the 7 is not impossible in here. It is a barn that has been a little chilly in the last few months here, so that kind of concerns me a little bit. I just don't see how this horse, the 7, is a short price. And now the horse I like, Outlier, is the same price, which is a little surprising. It feels like the board right now is being dictated by the fact that, right or wrong, the 4 is dead on the board. Now, Outlier 5-2. Strange, huh?
30-1, by the way, on Lord Gatling. He would need a big move forward, but he's paired up numbers his last 2 starts. Back-to-back wins. He has some speed. Potentially he's going to run the best race of his life. I don't know if it's good enough to win here, but maybe he can get a piece of it.
We'll see. 7 favored in the 8 multi-race bets. The
wow,
double.
that is shocking.
I would never. I'd have lost a lot of money betting on that.
John Imbrial, the call. Competitive 7th here from Aqueduct.
And they're off. Lord Gatling from the extreme outside. And now Mount Travers moves on through. It's Lord Gatling and Mount Travers. They're 1-2. No Salt is on the outside and in 3rd. Then Chris and Dave next in 4th, followed by Royal Tryst, Outlier, and down at the rail is a locally owned. They cross over from the chute to the main track. Lord Gatling, big long shot, leads here by a head. Challenged on the inside by Chris and Dave. And not far behind, No Salt. Down at the rail is Outlier, the quarter in 23 and 4. As they continue up the backstretch, it is Chris and Dave on the inside and Lord Gatling on the outside. Now they're stride for stride, with No Salt sitting off of them in 3rd. Outlier is down at the rail in 4th. And then it is the trio of Mount Travers, Royal Tryst, and locally owned. The opening half went in 47-1. Chris and Dave, narrow lead. Lord Gatling continues to battle on the outside. No Salt runs in 3rd. Outlier towards the rail. He'll need some racing room. A break of 5 lengths. Back to Royal Tryst as they come for the quarter pole. Lord Gatling is now dropping out of it. It's Chris and Dave and No Salt. Those 2 are together. Outlier looks to come on through. Here is No Salt to take the lead now. Outlier moves to the outside. And Chris and Dave continues to battle on closest to the rail. Here is Outlier kicking in now on the outside. It's Outlier and No Salt, and those 2 will fight it out to the finish. No Salt is a game customer here. The New York bred wins it and gives Dylan a double.
Double for Dylan Davis. No Salt. Looks like he's about 3 times the size of Outlier. Came right up to him. Looked like he was poised to go by, but No Salt finds more.
Yeah, I want to watch this again. I'm not saying anything happened, but it does seem like there could have been some drifting. And the way the set 3 appeared to be sort of by the 7, I'm just wondering if there was. But, boy, it really felt like Outlier had him measured as they came at this point past the 8th ball. It seemed like it was over. And he just kind of got there and didn't get by. And I do see Dylan drifting a little bit. There may have been some hurting. I don't know. Probably nothing. And the brother-in-law beats the brother-in-law.
Let's see if we can get a look at the head-on. Wow, wagering certainly right on No Salt.
Boy, that was right, huh?
Went off your favorite 5-2, and he showed up today.
And it's funny, the horse that should have been dead on the board was one locally owned. He didn't do any running at all. I mean, he never got involved at all. And I mean, Chris and Dave didn't run that well, but he ran a lot better than the one here. I have no idea. I don't, if there was some hard, there may have been. There is an inquiry. So clearly,
we got to look at the head-on. So green and white silks, keep your eyes there with that crop being twirled. Here comes the 3 in those red blinkers to the outside.
Okay, he came over. Now Dylan goes
crop.
a left-handed crop. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
No, he definitely did. But I'm going to be honest with you, the stewards don't adjudicate these. They just don't. Now, do I think that this horse probably cost this 3 to win? Yes, I do. I also bet the 3, so I could be a little biased. I could be.
Clearly push this horse out at least a path, if not more.
And I think to the point, Greg, the 3 had passed the 7, and he had the momentum. Now, that's not to say the 7 couldn't come back and beat him, but when he did that is when he was going in front of him. So to say that it didn't affect things belies reality.
And this is damning here. Look, on the 7, Dylan Davis switches to that left-handed crop, and that's when the horse comes in and bumps.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but that's, you know, to me, that gets to the essence of herding. And this is on the borderline of what they may or may not take down, but to suggest that this didn't play a serious role in the outcome, are you saying it's legal to do that? Because if you don't take this horse down, you're saying it's legal, and as you say, going to left-hand crop, it was intentional as well.
Looks pretty damning from that head on. So very good chance No Salt is going to be coming down here. 7, 3, 4, 5. We'll see what the stewards say. One more look. So again, keep your eyes here as this 7 takes the lead. That green and white cap, red blinkers. Here comes the 3.
But let's say something else too. He came over towards him to take away his path to the inside. I'm not saying he wasn't clear, but so Dylan comes over in front of him, and then when he goes outside of him, he deliberately goes out to him. So basically, if you don't take the horse down, you're basically telling Dylan and all the other riders, you own the whole stretch as long as you're in front of another horse.
Yeah.
And that's an odd precedent. And once again, Dylan's trying to win. That's Dylan's job. I'm not looking, neither are you, to be overly critical of him, but what happened there is kind of damning.
And I'd love to hear from Mig on this too, but potentially when he went to that left-handed crop, maybe the horse just overreacted a little bit than what he expected. But what are you expecting as you do that? I mean, he's probably trying to make things tight, right, on the horse coming to him to make it a race and have him see him, right?
Well,
you want to meet your competitor.
To be fair, the stewards have shown that they allow herding. So what's Dylan doing? He's doing what other riders do, and they've been told is okay. No,
but it crossed the line here.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I'm a little biased. I'm going to say it right here. I want the horse to come down. So your opinion is less biased than mine. But I've been very clear that I don't like herding. I think it's dangerous. And I think it's something that if the stewards could do away with it and stop the riders from doing it, it would be a safer environment.
It would have been fine. And a lot of jockeys do this. They do it all the time. And they're successful
but
with it.
There's no change. So in other words, they're sending a clear message to the riders. You own the racetrack when you're in front of other horses. And in my opinion, they are condoning behavior that I don't agree with. But what can I tell you? I'm not surprised. I'm consistently in complete disagreement with our stewards on this. Consistently. And they too are in disagreement with me. I'm not.
This stands
I've seen this nonsense
despite
before.
Dylan going left-handed, interfering with the 3, pushing that horse out. Result stands. 5-2, No Salt. Your winner? 7-3-4-5. Well, the prices when we come back.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Live action from Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park, New York, and Churchill Downs on Claiming Crown Day. No salt. Inquiry and objection after Dylan Davis comes out on his rival, bumps that horse, Outlier. But the result stands in the end, 7-3-4-5 finish.
And if you're other riders here, you see what Dylan did, and you say, well, I'm going to do that. And I think Irad Ortiz takes a lot of criticism, and as you know, some of it I agree with, as big a fan of Irad as I am. But the reality is that Irad is doing what the stewards have consistently told him he could do. Dylan's job, Irad's job, everybody in that room's job.
You're going to take all you can get and get away with everything you can.
Of course.
Yeah.
They're trying to win for the owners, the trainers, the people who bet the horses. Their job is to try to win the race. And if the stewards are going to tell them it's sort of no holds barred on some of this kind of riding, they're going to do it. In my opinion, it creates a potentially dangerous environment. Clearly, the stewards disagree.
Mike Maselli, Dylan Davis, Irving Kolensky, Joseph Lohner, your winning connections there. So we move on to race 8. Mile and 3/16, allowance optional claiming field 3-5 on what we call in this game a one-number horse. This horse produced a monster effort last start. He had never come close in 11 prior starts to coming near that number.
I think this would be potentially the proverbial miss the wedding. I didn't miss the wedding, by the way. I didn't miss the wedding on this horse.
3-5 right now on Unbridled Bomber. Meanwhile, Churchill Downs, race 6, mile and 16th, 8,000 starter allowance coming up when we return.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flower is kicking in. Poppy Flower with the momentum. Nagarok, they come on for the finish, and it is going to be Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal racing experience.
I would just say that it's a smaller, tighter-knit group. Everybody has a common interest. We spend a lot more time together than some of the bigger operations, and I very much enjoy that.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Contact us to get a taste of the Adelphi racing experience, and let's win races together.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the vernacular in a way that it was not.
We started with some 21 organizations, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
Good to have you with us on this Saturday afternoon on FS2 for America's Day at the Races on Claiming Crown Day at Churchill Downs. 6th is next. Start of the Derby City 6. Mile and a 16th on this sloppy going here and an $8,000 starter allowance. As they come through the tunnel. And wide open group. Bless the Kitten, we're going to see in a moment, is the favorite from the inside.
Didn't his job get a little bit easier with the scratch of the 3, Blue Steel? I mean, now only Moment, the 2, and you'd have to think Florent Giroux will be aggressive, though.
Yeah, here's Saez coming off the win in the last race here. Missed by a half length last start at Keeneland.
He has some amazing record, and he's consistent on turf, synthetic, and dirt. It's sort of an amazing horse, right?
I love this day.
Yeah.
A lot of horses who just, they're win machines, but they're not the stars of the sport. It's a fun day. Here's Moment, Florent Giroux.
Yeah, he's another horse that can be forwardly placed. How much stock do you put in his last race? It was a good one.
9-1 Pikachu, Corey Lannery.
Pikachu has that big number. You talk about one-number horses, right? Isn't he kind of a big one-number horse from 3 back? His last race, a disaster.
Yeah, that was at Ellis going a mile and an eighth. Here's the 5 Malibu Star.
This is an operation to keep your eye on, but is a horse that on paper is a little hard to make, but they're super sharp.
This horse used to possess speed, potentially could again, super catch.
I just don't like a horse who you're betting off form at Penn National, whether it's going to Mike Maker or not.
Time for trouble. Here's the 8, Joe Talamo for Jeff Hiles.
I'm not sure. This horse looks like more of a turf horse to me, and I didn't like this horse. I didn't think it was good enough.
Just ran second at Keeneland, getting back on dirt for the first time in a while. Moti is at 9-1.
Ditto my Penn National comments, and this horse would have to even improve on that form.
There was a win in the slop, however, but yeah, appears to need better against this group. And then Iwan, another one who could be, at least tactically, show some pace in here. 14-time winner.
Yeah, no, not impossible. It is amazing, right? But I'm gonna fool around with the 5 Malibu Star, mostly with Bless the Kitten.
Let's go to Paul for more as we get set for this Derby City 6.
Yeah, just such an intriguing race. When you look at this board, I mean, like, all these runners can win this race. It's the beauty of the Claiming Crown, and obviously with the sloppy conditions here, it tightens up the field. When you look at the 1 Bless the Kitten, Eddie hits the nail on the head. I mean, a big advantage with the 3 scratching here, Blue Steel, and you know, it seems like the racetrack has been playing very fair. You can launch a little bit, not from way back, but it seems like the middle of the racetrack's okay, and you can go wire to wire. So I would think the 1 Bless the Kitten, Louis Saez, has been aggressive all day. I think he might get to the front end. Now, the 2 Moment, I am surprised this horse is 7-1. We've seen horses come in from Hawthorne, good win at Hawthorne. Now, you look at some of the other races, this horse is 7 out of 9 in the exact over a sloppy racetrack. So 7-1, I thought was a little bit of an overlay for Elias Lopez. A lot of people don't know who Elias is. He's a 20% trainer. He's usually on the Indiana circuit and Chicago circuit as well. You know, I agree with Andy. I think Malibu Star might be the most consistent in here. The 5 does have 2 races over a wet surface, does have a second-place finish, but has been knocking heads with some tough horses over at Parks. The horse I like is the 10, E1 for Tyler Connor. I mean, this horse really was good last time out for Mark Salvazio. 4 for 7 over a wet surface. It seems like over at Pimlico, he won by 5.5 over a wet surface. He could be tactical. He won the Penn National by 6. At 4-1, I thought he was just an absolute major player. And I guess if you want to look at the horse that's moving the most money is the 7 Super Catch. I really didn't see it, but when you look at this race, everybody's like a 10 to 15 time winner. This horse was 10-1 on the morning line. The 8-year-old down to what is it now? 9-2, so taking some action. But I'm going to stick with the 10, E1 on the outside at 9-2. I think you're getting a good price on this horse that's run well over wet racetracks.
All right, Paulie, thank you. Post time coming up here. Starts the Derby City 6, 5-2. Public holding with Bless the Kitten as the favorite.
I mean, I think 5-2 is a very fair price on this horse. It's a very logical horse in good form, and the consistency is really there. 19 out of 34 times, 1-2 with 11 wins, so a horse that gets it done. I'm just interested in the 5. This is an operation, JKX, which has shipped some horses here that have run a little better than you might expect, and I got to think shipping there is probably a good sign for them, second off the claim. I like what I've seen from Abner Adorno, by the way. Seems like a very solid rider. I may see more of him this winter.
We talked about, too, Saez riding at this meet before he heads south for the winter. He's going to give Tyler Gaffalione another run for his money. Let's go to Travis Stone for the 6th.
And they're off. Malibu Star mid-pack breaks alertly. Moment does too. Bless the Kitten from the inside. Time for Trouble comes on with Super Catch, but Bless the Kitten for that inside post. Cuts the corner and takes the field into the opening turn. Moment is going to prompt from second. They go 1-2. Time for Trouble comes up on the outside to be third. Super Catch right there in between. Meanwhile, in tight toward the rail, Pikachu had to step on the brakes a few times there. Farther back in the field, Iwan comes away in 6th while wide. Malibu Star 7th. Moti is at the back. 8 lengths off the lead. Backstretch run. The opening quarter in 24 seconds flat. Bless the Kitten heads down the backstretch in front of length. Moment in no hurry to go by is tracking the pace while second. A length and a half back to Time for Trouble, who comes on to be third. Iwan is in the clear, advancing up while wide in 4th. Losing ground is Pikachu 5th, so too Super Catch in 6th. So they round the far turn. Bless the Kitten still with an arrow lead. Here's Moment in between coming on. Time for Trouble comes on 3 wide. The half mile was 47-4. They round the far turn. Bless the Kitten under heavy pressure now. Time for Trouble has drawn alongside, and they're shoulder to shoulder off the turn. Bless the Kitten cut the corner. Time for Trouble right there and alongside in second. They're head and head heading for the 8th pole. Malibu Star trying to close in with Moment down toward the rail. 1 furlong remaining. Time for Trouble roused to an arrow lead. Bless the Kitten fights on, but is back into second as they come for the wire. And Time for Trouble kicks away late and scores by 2.5. Bless the Kitten was second. Moment was third, and Malibu Star checked in 4th.
Time for Trouble does it again to Bless the Kitten, who they met back in July. Time for Trouble won that race. Now wins again here. Joe Talamo for Jeff Hiles.
Yeah, now that was a very slow race going back to Belterra, as you said, about a while ago. Still surprised. Got the job done. Congrats to the connections. Not a horse I like. It's just so hard to gain at Churchill. It seems like horses just don't make the big runs, especially in this kind of weather. Nice snow they got there.
Back to New York. Competitive race coming up here in this 8th. Mile and 3/16 Preakness distance here at this allowance optional claiming race as we take a look at Unbridled Bomber. So the interesting horse here off the career best effort last time out. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, what's also interesting is that he's a 3-year-old. The next, youngest horse is 6 in here. So he's facing some, grizzled veterans of the game as well. And furthermore, last time he was the took advantage of a pace that came back to him. It was pretty quick early on, and it came back to him, though he did run very well, as that number indicated. And interviewing Jimmy Ryerson after the race, he said that they've fiddled around, they've changed things with his training, with the blinkers off and this and that, and that it was finally all coming together for him. And I do think he's a horse that will appreciate this distance. He definitely wants all the ground he can cover, but his lack of early speed does concern me a bit, as a horse that comes in from out of town is number 5, Rough Sea, who could be a bit more forward in here, and he's at least showing that too in the paddock. He is really into the bridle. He's been tugging his groom around the entire time, really ships in here in fine fettle for Bruno Tessori. He looks fantastic. For me, I think he's the alternative that I want to Unbridled Bomber. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Post parade here coming up as we approach the 5-minute mark to post here in this 8th. We'll get to Unbridled Bomber in a moment. Let's start with Night Ops. Some back class with this 6-year-old.
There was once a Night Ops that would have been the 4-to-5 shot in this race. It is not the Night Ops that's been racing recently.
Senior Investment, an 8-time winner, comes in from Parks.
He's only a little dangerous because he appears to be the speed with Kendrick in a race that has absolutely no speed whatsoever.
Big price, though, 12-1.
I agree. He's an overlay. He's
Treasure Trove, Norm Cash.
He's a tough horse to make, but Norm Cash has pulled off some upsets.
235. He's a 12-time winner.
Thought he got a bit of a lax ride last time, which may have cost him. He is a major player.
There's the Maryland shipper Maggie was talking about, Rough Sea.
I'm with Maggie. I like this horse. I think he's very interesting, and it's the biggest price of the 3 major contenders. I like him.
And do you trust a horse who's run 12 times, and that monster race he ran last out, he's only done it once?
I will say that I think he's a horse that's better than his PPs make him look.
Okay.
So I don't think his last race is totally out of nowhere. Having said that, even if you say he's better than he was, he still ran 10 or 15 buyer points faster than you could conceivably make him, give him an upgrade. The problem as I see it is, first of all, you missed the wedding. But second of all, last time out, there were 2 factors in his favor. One, there was an incredibly strong contested pace. So it was a race that on paper looked to favor closers. It was also a track where the rail wasn't the place to be, and all the dirt races were dominated by outside moves on the outside. So the track and the dynamics played in his favor. And now he's in a complete opposite situation where there's absolutely no pace whatsoever. So I just think he's a massive underlay. Can he win? Sure, but he got everything go his own way last time.
Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, odds Unbridled Bomber can put together that kind of performance again. 18-1 last time. He's 4-5 now.
Yeah, I think the odds are worse than 4-5. I kind of agree with the group. He's got that big number last time, but when those numbers just come out of nowhere, it's hard for me to trust them. If they kind of had things go their own way, I felt like Unbridled Bomber had things go his own way last time. I'm going to go to the inside with the big number. Andy talked about in the post parade. Once upon a time, this horse would be 4-5 in here, and that's the one Night Ops. Now, he's really kind of fallen off form, and Brad Cox seemed to probably unload him when they let him get claimed for 50. He came back last time, and he didn't embarrass himself from a speed figure standpoint. But that's probably not his game either, sprinting. So drawn on the inside in a race like this, I just felt like maybe he can get away from there, get some position moving forward, coming out of that sprint race from the inside, and could possibly upset this field at a big price. I just have no interest in the outside horse at 4-5. Give me Night Ops at 21-1.
It's just with his back class. It's a little interesting. He's the biggest price on the board at 21-1.
No, I don't disagree. I can understand that. I don't think he's anywhere near the horse that he was then. I'm not going to really hold his last race against him. Not only we saw Amundsen win earlier today with a good trip, the horse who beat him. He's not a sprinter. His prior race was a bad effort, and he's going the wrong way, and Brad Cox couldn't dump him fast enough. So I'm never knocking him for taking a big price on him, and I have all the respect for John in the world for Jonathan taking that shot too. I just don't think he can run that well anymore. I just don't know if he can run. And this is a pretty tough field. If I was taking a price here, I'd use the 2, who I think is going to be in front in a race that may not have so much pace.
Meanwhile, here's 235. 2 back September 30th. He won. This is his last effort. And it was at a mile 3:16. So it was supposed to be in the grass. It was taken off. Wound up 3rd behind Shorty, and next out winner Kinetic Sky.
But this was a day where the rail was good, and it's not really Dylan's fault that the rail ended up opening up and the horse that won it came through there if he had waited. It was more that he just didn't ride with any sense of urgency, and I think he ended up getting sort of losing position and trying to come around, giving himself more than he needed to do in a 5-horse field. And I'm not the only one that was critical of this ride. I remember Richie wasn't thrilled with this ride either, being on the show. And I just don't think it was Dylan's best moment. He's a major contender.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Like I said, I like the 5 in here. Now, you do see the front wraps on him, but I really don't put too much credence into that when horses are shipping in from out of town and getting on the Aqueduct surface, because the old kind of saying around here was that this is a deeper track where horses will tend to run down. So I'm not putting too much stock in that. I really do like the appearance of the 5 in here. Rough Sea, as I think he just probably sits the right kind of trip. But as Andy was mentioning, number 2, Senior Investment, he's stretching out. That's the biggest question mark with him. And look, he's a big price at 11-1, so I don't want to be too negative, but distance comes into question here. But we've seen Scott Lake bring some fairly live horses up here as of late. 2 back, he was only beaten, 3.5 lengths by Eastern Bay. We've seen what he has done around here and running well in our stake races. So got a big warm-up from Kendrick, as you would expect. I think he's going to try to go with him, but I do think Rough Sea is lapped on to his outside, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Rough Sea, 3-1. The 5, Trevor McCarthy, who got bumped in that last race.
Yeah. It's, you have different, I think one of the things that confuses bettors is it seems like there's different rules at different racetracks. And I think there are many racetracks where what happened in race number 7 would have been a disqualification.
No question.
In fairness to our stewards, they've consistently left horses up like that. People cry for consistency. That's why I'm not surprised the horse didn't come down. They've consistently allowed that kind of behavior.
There's the big long shot. Jonathan likes here. Night Ops, 19-1.
His race last year against Art Collector in the Alydar. I mean, what would he beat this field by if he ran that race?
He'd be 1-9 in this race, right?
But he just, it's amazing. He just went the wrong way.
He ran very good for a long time.
Yeah.
But may have reached his expiration point.
I'm hoping Art Collector
against this kind of company.
Hoping Art Collector comes to Cigar Mile. I know they had originally said they were. Now, whether or not they are, we'll see.
Loading up here for the 8th, mile 3/16. Here's 235 stepping in. Dylan Davis looking to go back-to-back. He's got 2 on the day already. And Unbridled Bomber, what will we get from the 6 off that career best performance last time out? He comes from pretty far out of it. There he is under Irad Ortiz Jr. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
And they're off. A good start for Unbridled Bomber from the outside, but it is Senior Investment and Rough Sea who will battle for the early lead. And 235 sits off of them in 3rd as the field races into that clubhouse turn with a Senior Investment in front. Rough Sea is on the outside in 2nd. 235 is next in 3rd, and on the outside, Unbridled Bomber sits in 4th. Night Ops is down at the rail, and Treasure Trove is the trailer in 6th. And the opening quarter went in 25 2/5 seconds. So it is Senior Investment with the lead over Rough Sea. Break of 2, back to 235 in 3rd. The favorite, Unbridled Bomber, runs in 4th, right now about 5.5 off the lead. The trailers are Night Ops and Treasure Trove. And now the field races midway up the backstretch. Senior Investment down at the rail, leads by a neck. Rough Sea is on the outside in 2nd, half-mile in 50-2. 235 is just off those front runners in 3rd. Unbridled Bomber still in 4th. Right now about 4 lengths from the lead. So he's getting closer. And now the field approaches the far turn. Senior Investment by a half length. Rough Sea on the outside in 2nd. Unbridled Bomber now begins to move. That move is followed by Treasure Trove. 235 is down at the rail, and farther back it is Night Ops. It is Senior Investment, and here is Unbridled Bomber to move right alongside. Unbridled Bomber has now taken the lead from Senior Investment as the field comes into the stretch. Unbridled Bomber, hand-ridden here by Irad Ortiz Jr., and now he takes off. And now he opens up on the field here. It's Unbridled Bomber by 4. Then 235, Senior Investment, and Rough Sea. Unbridled Bomber on to victory here, and he did it quite handily. Unbridled Bomber, the winner. 235 got second, and then it was Senior Investment and Rough Sea.
It has been a dramatic reversal of form, but Unbridled Bomber backs up what he did last time out. It's a different horse.
I agree, and he's a son of Upstart that seems to want more and more distance, which is a bit unusual, and I couldn't be happier for Jimmy Ryerson. I think he's been a very frustrating horse for him because at times, as we said, he's shown to be better in the races he ran. As a deeper closer, he was sometimes victim of dynamics. In this race, slower pace or not, he was very tractable. He got himself in position, and I think we both sort of knew on the backstretch he was going to win.
Cyberknife and Taba have some company next year?
No, but I think Jimmy Ryerson's probably...
I'm just kidding.
Lizard's improving, listen, and at the right time, and a lot of horses retired, and who knows how many starts Cyberknife is going to make. He may be going to stud very quickly. He's probably upset he's too close to the Discovery for 3-year-olds, because he would fit that well. But you know what? He may have a very nice horse for these route races this winter, and I couldn't be happier for Jimmy Ryerson. This guy is really improving.
Even money, and look, he was wide early, too, from the outside pull. It didn't matter. This horse impressive. 6'4", 2.5, wins at a short price here in the 8th at Aqueduct. We have the nightcap still to come, and that means Matty Olver's riding debut coming up. We had that story earlier on in the program. Arad Ortiz Jr., Jimmy Ryerson with the favorite to win. Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Saturday action from Aqueduct to Churchill Downs. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started at nairabets.com. Match 200 code to use for new members. Unbridled Bomber put together a race that was out of this world. Hadn't produced anything like it in 11 prior starts. Last out, he backs it up again today.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that today's more impressive. First of all, he beat some okay horses in here. But second of all, this was a different dynamic for him, and he was able to be more in touch. Obviously, the slower pace helped him in that regard. But when you're a deep tozer type, slower paces are not your friend, and he just demolished these horses. I'm bullish. I think we're going to see this guy in some stakes here over the winter. I'm looking forward to it. Couldn't be happy for Jimmy Ryerson.
$4.20 for the win. Back-to-back victories for this 3-year-old son of Upstart, now owned by Ed Potash. Brad Yankinich. They got a good one. It's coming into hand as we get set for the nightcap coming up. Had that story earlier on Matty Olver. exercise rider for the Clement barn. She's going to make her riding debut coming up on the 3. That is Flattering Gal. Taking a little bit of money right now at 14-1. The 8, the 10, expected to take a lot of money. They are right now. This race, 6 furlongs, New York bred maiden claiming event.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer Burn Rosie Burn, but don't disagree with the public. The 8 and 10 look like the right ones unless you want to try the number 7, Treat Street, trying the dirt for the first time. The thing is, has nothing but dirt pedigree, and Mark Hennig's never wanted to run the horse in the dirt. That's not a good sign.
More from Claiming Crown coming up, including the sensation, 22-time winner, Beverly Park, who's already won 12 times this year, getting set for his 26th outing of 2022 coming up.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Claiming Crown card continues under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. His next race, meant to be on the turf, taken off, stays at a mile on the 16th. And we got a main track only runner on the outside.
Okay, why isn't the 1 6-5? Doesn't it feel like Chris Hartman claimed this horse and entered here expecting the race to come off the turf? There was rain predicted. He wasn't going to run this horse in the turf. The horse can't run on the turf. The MTO has absolutely no chance unless Joe Sharp moves the horse up 1 million lengths. It feels like it's 1 with 10 and 9, right? It looks pretty cut and dry, frankly.
Yeah, this 14 is being overbet, no question. He's a better sprinter, too.
Yeah, the 14 on paper doesn't even look like a contender, unless you think he's just total lone speed here, breaking from the outside, which he may be, but these races are just slow. What? He was in Chris Hartman's barn. He wasn't in, like, some guy that wins at 3%. This is nuts. Nuts.
Misty Vale, 7-2. It's the one who's 12 times in 20 starts, first or second, including 5 victories. We're going to see Misty Vale first to kick things off here. 4-year-old filly by Tonalist. Mitch Murrell will ride. Beaten favorite last time out. Win with Tom Amos, claimed out of that race.
I'm confused as to how this horse is not under 2-1. Maybe will be by post time. Looks like way the horse to beat to me.
16-1 next door, Cherokee Song.
This horse just has no durability at all.
6 starts on the dirt, only once hit the board. It was a distant third. Good fight. The 3, 9-1 Jeff Hiles. We already saw a win on the card.
I mean, I guess the last dirt race wasn't atrocious, but still would have to improve on that.
Yeah, one with 72 buyer. It was at Churchill, too. Been off since January, though. Here is Judy's Way. Winner last out at Keeneland.
Definitely better off on the dirt than the turf. I just don't know if the horse is good enough regardless.
With the scratches, we go to the 8, out of sorts, 6-1. Forward last start on a sloppy track at Parks for the win.
Yeah, I just thought overall this horse is probably better on the turf, not really a dirt horse.
Here's the 9, Bye Bye Birdie. Leonard Powell trains, 2 back 1 at Los Alamitos.
And has run well enough in some dirt races to suggest that it has a chance, but overall more of a turf horse as well.
12-time winner overall, 7-2 favorite. This horse at 7-2 as well, Candy Raid.
Well, I mean, she's clearly the other horse in the race. She ran in the Kentucky Oaks. She didn't even run that badly. I mean, she has slower races, but hasn't run to the Iowa Oaks, but she seemed to be improving a little bit, didn't she?
I thought she was the one to beat. I'm with you, though. Certainly the one in the mix as well. And then here's World of Wonder. Main track only runner, sprint speed, stretching out.
I don't know what to say. I don't know why anybody would bet this horse unless you're just expecting an enormous improvement off the claim for Joe Sharp. And Joe's a good trainer, but to claim this horse from Chris Hartman, it's a very tough trainer to claim from. I don't see it. I thought the race was ones with 9 and 10.
Pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Paul Duca.
Well, I couldn't have been more agreement with all of you guys. I do think the 14 is getting played here because I think a lot of people think he's going to go gate to wire in here or at least get to the front end. And Joe Sharp's runners have been getting bet at the window off the claim if they come back with a decent drill. Maybe the connections here. I'm kind of with you. This is the one time when you get in also eligible in a turf race I'm kind of steering away from. Now, the one Misty Vale, I thought should be favored. I'm with you guys. This horse has been running against a lot better horses. You know, Chris Hartman picks up this horse from Tom Amos, and, Tom's done a good job with Misty Vale, but, when you look at some of her races, she's 4 out of 5 in the exacta, and I think she's got a giant shot. Bye Bye Birdie in here, I think's got a giant shot to 9. And like you, Greg, I landed on the 10 Candy Ride. I love the price. I think at one time 7-1. I couldn't believe it. At 9-2, Andy mentioned she ran in the Kentucky Oaks. And I get it. Sometimes you'll get an inflated number in a big field, but she ran a decent number. Keith Desormo's horses, a la Exaggerator, I get it. Exaggerator loved the mud. They seem to love a muddy racetrack. He had one win over on opening day when it was a muddy racetrack. So I do like Candy Raid. I do think Bye Bye Birdie is another alternative to Misty Vale. And I know you, JK, like Bye Bye Birdie as well.
Yeah, Paulie, I do. I like Bye Bye Birdie. I'm with Andy in this situation, and you as well. I mean, Andy mentioned it the most in first. I have no idea why the 14 is being bet in here. The only way I could guess is that we see it very often in these MTO races. People look for these MTOs as if they have an S on their chest like Superman. It's going to get them to the winner's circle. I don't see this horse. I'm sure we'll put this horse in the winner's circle, but I like the 9, Bye Bye Birdie. The last 2 races, the speed figures fit. 2 races back. That was a sprint, and so you have to take that into consideration, but I like a horse that can be tactical on this type of racetrack. And although the last race, there was a little bit of a decline in figure. The horse was 4th, beaten 7. Didn't run particularly bad going a mile and a 16th at Keeneland. But if you look at this horse's record, this horse has run well at longer distances. Now, some of those were on turf, but I just don't think the distance is going to get this horse beat. Maybe not good enough, but the distance is not why Bye Bye Birdie gets beat. I'm going to go with the 9 in here. I think the 14, who's drifting up quite a bit in price, is just the wrong horse in here as the MTO.
Yeah, that MTO, thanks, JK. It's coming out of just really soft competition. Seems to be more of a sprinter anyway. I mean, there was a win going long, but that number wouldn't put this horse anywhere in contention.
No, to be fair, the public is getting it more correct now. The 1 is an overwhelming favorite, as she should be, at 8-5 right now, and the 14 is drifted up to 5-1. You wonder if a little bit the early money, people just went, oh, there's one MTO, that's who I'm supposed to bet on, and that's not handicapping.
Back to the 10, Candy Raid.
Okay.
So I mean, she was in Kentucky Oaks, but multiple graded stakes. Off since early July, just with natural progression, with a filly who's shown some talent. If she can return and just improve a little off of what she's done in the past, she's right in the mix, isn't she?
Oh, no, I agree with you very much. The one thing I'll say is, well, I mean, it's a good sign that her form had been improving before she took a little break. Now, the question is, coming off the layoff, why was she off for the last 4 months now? What happened that she missed that time? On the other hand, maybe they looked at it and said, you know what? She's been running for over a year straight. Give her a little rest, and we'll have a horse. I don't know, does Keith Sormo go to Oaklawn or something? You know what I mean? Or Fairgrounds, I guess? Probably more likely Fairgrounds. Maybe he thought, I just want to give her a little rest. I don't want to keep her running and running and running. So it could be just a sort of natural break. I don't think she was going to be winning the Alabama, so.
No, Ness was pretty tough.
She was.
And all right, so 3-2.
Otherwise, she would have gone to Saratoga.
Misty Vale, who you are all about in this race. She has become a heavy favorite, 8-5.
I played 1-9, 110. A little more 110. I didn't, small reversal, but mostly 1-9 and 110. I just think I think I'm sort of Joe Obvious, to be honest here. I just couldn't make a real case for the others, and I think if these horses show up with their reasonable efforts, they're the right ones. And I expect the one to be very tough to beat in here.
Now, last 2 starts, Misty Vale, not her best. They were against a lot tougher, and they were at 1 1/8, which maybe she just doesn't want to do. Let's go to Travis Stone. Here's race 7, start of the Pick 5.
And they're off. And World of Wonder caught a flyer for that outside post, is racing for the lead. Out of sorts, showing speed with good fight, but World of Wonder heads over to the rail and takes charge in the opening turn. World of Wonder clear by 2. Good fight toward the inside is racing second early on. Out of sorts comes on to be third. Bye Bye Birdie advancing while in the clear to be fourth. Cherokee Song in behind horses running along in fifth. They move to the backstretch run, followed by Misty Vale, who's covered up down toward the inside. Judy's Ways alongside of her, and it's 5 back to Candy Raid the trailer. The opening quarter goes in 24-2. World of Wonder heads down the backstretch run. 5 furlongs to hold on to the lead. Out of sorts is prompting second. Good fight toward the rail third. Bye Bye Birdie continues with a wide trip so far, but is only 2 lengths off World of Wonder. Racing in fourth. Cherokee Song in the thick of it fifth. Misty Vale still bottled up down inside, passed outside by Judy's Way. Candy Raid is still the trailer, but she's a little bit closer as they round the far turn. World of Wonder coming under more pressure now. Out of Sorts starts to come on, and here comes Out of Sorts to go head-to-head with World of Wonder. Good fight is right there in behind third toward the rail. Bye Bye Birdie's on the outside. Fourth, Judy's Ways there. Fifth, Misty Vale switched outside for running room. Sixth, they're off the turn. Out of Sorts comes away with the lead and kicks clear by 4. Out of Sorts past the 8th pole, finishing full of run. Now it's a 6-length lead. Misty Vale's up into second. World of Wonder's back into third, but they're coming down to the finish, and Out of Sorts loved the slop, ate it up, wins by 7 or 8 lengths on the wire. Misty Vale second, World of Wonder third, and Cherokee Song was fourth.
This filly came off the bench to win gate to wire in the slop at Parks back on October 4th. Now she goes back-to-back off the layoff.
Yeah, she showed up. The others didn't. I mean, obviously, Misty Vale blowing the break didn't help her chances, but she was never beating this horse. And the 10 blew the break even worse, but no one was beating this horse. She showed up. The rest of them, no.
Look at this margin. It was like when Rich Strike broke his maiden at Churchill. Out of Sorts, the victory. As we get a look at the story we brought you early, there's Maddie Olver on that 3 who just went by. Flattering Gouch is going to be making her debut as a rider coming up. Exercise rider for the Clement barn, getting her first opportunity here. We're going to see Felina start things off with the James Bond barn, blinkers off. Oh, no, it does have a hood on, excuse me.
Got the old hood. This horse has done no running in 2 dirt races. Not sure why this horse is getting bet.
Here's Maddie Olver, so her debut ride. Flattering Gal for Orlando Noda.
Yep, we wish her well in her career. It would be a miracle if she got this horse to win.
8-1 Lemon Red, blinkers on.
Tries the dirt for the first time, but 6 furlongs probably too short, and it's still probably the wrong surface for a horse that's not very good in the turf.
Rent Control, 6 prior starts all on the grass.
Yeah, and once again, I just didn't really see much pedigree for this horse to improve in the dirt on either side.
Unqualified, blinkers coming off.
A cool name. The race 2 back gives us a chance. This horse, why is this horse 16 to 1 and the 4 and 5 are half the price?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Her race 2 back's good enough to be a contender.
Treat Street went by Dirt debut, and here's Burn Rosie Burn.
Yeah, I picked her on top. I thought her last race, Tough Street, came back to win against Better yet last time.
KT Gal, 28 to 1. That is the biggest number on the board.
Yeah, she was once with Todd Pletcher in the beginning of her career good enough to be effective here, but not recently.
Yeah, major player outside. Gracefully Wild Manny Franco for Eddie Barker.
Yeah, she's a very logical horse. I think the 8 and 10 are very much the right horses.
Manny Franco took the opener. Can he take the nightcap? We will find out here coming up. We're 5 minutes away from this finale on our Saturday card. You can play it all with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with that offer. $200 deposit match, sign-up bonus with the code MATCH200 at NairaBets.com. So Gracefully Wild put in a nice middle move off a short layoff, getting back to dirt last time out, and then would flatten out for maiden 20.
Yeah, I mean,
we're going back to the return off the longer layoff in the mud. April 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, this race was okay. She was coming off a reasonable layoff. I shouldn't say substantial. And she ran well enough to win here. I think the 5's a more likely winner, but I don't have any issue with her. I mean, of the two, the race in here, the 8 and 10 are the ones who ran the competitive races, right?
And it is, she showed ability last time. It was a better field. It was an open maiden 20. This is state bred maiden 25. So, yeah, the 8, the 10, they deserve to be taking the money they are. And we both mentioned the 6.
Well, I don't know why that horse is such a big price here. I really don't. I don't understand why that horse is so huge. I mean, the race 2 back, from a buyer speed figure standpoint, Graham's a wet track, but against much better horses, she ran a race. Now, last time, obviously, she was a disaster in her last race, and I realize that's a big factor in there. But taking the blinkers off, I don't know. I mean, as far as this field, she's got that race 2 back. I'm not saying she should be 4 to 1, but I think she's very usable. I'm going to try 8-10 with 8-10 with 6 in the try. That's my play.
17 to 1 on this filly right here. Maddie Olver riding Flattering Gal in the first career mount in what we hope to be a very promising career for Maddie. With more, let's go to Maggie.
Well, Greg, if she was nervous at all, she definitely didn't show it. She seemed like an old pro up there in the irons and in the paddock. So excited for Maddie. I know that since she has left Christoph's barn when she's just exclusively galloping for him, now she is getting on lots of horses in the morning for all different outfits and really hoping to launch a career here. My biggest question mark is how did she get all that hair in her helmet? Anyway, I'm kind of jealous. But Flattering Gal, I know her form isn't much to go on, but I've noticed a gradual improvement with this filly physically from first to second to now third start. So we'll see how she does, and wishing Maddie the best of luck as we'll check in, though, with your favorite. And I just really couldn't see past Burn Rosie Burn in here for Michelle Giangiulio. I know well beaten for second last time, but just looks like a standout physically in this group. I mean, dappled head to toe, she's healthy, she's sharp, she's just ticking every box for me, and I just think she's the most logical contender. Is number 7, Treat Street. It'll be her first time on the main track. She has a pedigree that can go either way, really, being a daughter of Candy Ride, and she's very relaxed, which sometimes she is one that can get a little revved up, well muscled, but honestly, she ultimately does look a bit more turfman and just very much of a turf sprinter kind of frame, and that's what she's pretty much been doing, and that's where her better efforts have come. And to take a short price of 7 to 2, I'd rather look elsewhere. As Andy pointed out, number 6 in here, Unqualified. Last time out, she was a nervous wreck. She was shaking, and I didn't observe any of that this time around. I don't love her per se, but she just seems a lot more settled, and I think that could lead to a better performance as we need to get it over to JK. And JK, how many times are we going to say 10 strike?
Well, it's a little early in the day, so I don't want to throw anybody off. I do like Burn Rosie Burn in here. This is a horse that they claimed tried the turf or stayed on the turf. And then last time they decided to flip over to the dirt. Now, that was going 7 furlongs. I think the cutback's going to help quite a bit. And I think it's probably also important to note that Tough Street, who Burn Rosie Burn was chasing around there last time, came back and won yesterday, going a little bit further. I think Burn Rosie Burn is the most likely winner of this race. I wouldn't want the price to dip any lower than it is now at 5-2. I don't think she's that much of a standout. I just think she's the most likely winner. And at 5-2, I'd be okay. But if that comes down a little bit, I think you might want to look elsewhere. Maybe a horse like the 6 that Andy mentioned, who's a big price, who does have one dirt race that kind of is competitive in this group. So just keep an eye on that price for the next 30 seconds.
All right, JK, we'll make note. Post time coming up. And this finale on our Saturday card. As we did another look here at Maddie Ulver. You could even see before she put those goggles on, she is excited to be in this moment here. First career mount coming up.
It's got to be exciting for anybody. I mean, obviously dreaming of being able to do this and to have a chance and do it in a race is exciting, and we wish her nothing but the best of luck.
Got a mount on Sunday as well.
Yeah, I noticed that, yeah. Well, I know Christophe Clement won't be giving her a chance this winter because he doesn't stay here in the winter. So.
You sound a little bitter about that.
I am. I think that Christophe should leave a few horses here. It's a bone of contention I have. But Acacia's leaving us too.
That's what you should really be mad at.
I'm never mad at Acacia.
It's hard to be mad at her.
She's too nice.
She really is. We'll work on it.
I'll find something to get mad at her. I promise, Acacia. She'll be back next week.
Coming up to close out this Saturday card here in New York. Plenty more coming up from Claiming Crown, including Beverly Park, by the way, 22-time winner we're going to see in the next race ahead. But here, plenty of contenders. The 8, the 10 taking most of the money. Maddie Ulver's debut. She's on the 3, Flattering Gal. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Wild. And Rent Control. Rent Control now steps up, and we'll have Gracefully Wild to complete the 9-horse field in race 9. And we are set for the Saturday finale. And they're off. And it is Gracefully Wild from the outside post quickly to the lead and quickly clears the field. Gracefully Wild is the early leader with Burn Rosie Burn racing in second. Fellini is down at the rail. And in between horses, Rent Control on the outside is Treat Street. Then a break of 2 to Flattering Gal, who's running in 6th, followed by Unqualified in 7th. Alongside is Lemon Red in 8th. And the trailer is KT Gal in 9th. The quarter 22 and 4. Gracefully Wild by ahead. Burn Rosie Burn now draws right alongside. The two of them are right together. They've got 3 lengths on Treat Street in 3rd. Then Fellini and Rent Control. They're coming for the head of the stretch. On the outside, Burn Rosie Burn, and on the inside, it's Gracefully Wild. And the two of them are together. Treat Street remains in 3rd. Burn Rosie Burn, a tough one to handle there as they come into the stretch, moving her head around there, but in front now. Burn Rosie Burn has the lead. Gracefully Wild is now in 2nd. Treat Street is next in 3rd. They're coming on for the finish, and it's going to be a 3-win Saturday for Kendrick Carmouche. He does it here aboard Burn Rosie Burn. Gracefully Wild held 2nd. Flattering Gal came on for 3rd.
And there's Maddie Ulver. She's going to hit the board in her first career mount. Good for her. Kendrick Carmouche, though, as you heard, 3-win afternoon. Wins with Burn Rosie Burn. He came into today tied for the co-lead with 7 victories. He's going to leave standing alone as the top rider.
It's nice to see him doing well, and happy for him, my friend Jimmy Riccio as well. She took over his book, and Kendrick's riding well. I'm not sure we can interview him anymore because I told him that we're going to start playing the music because he talks too long, like the Oscars. And by the way, not only did Maddie finished third in her first ride.
At 31 to 1.
She gave us a very good ride. She stayed in the rail. She came through. That was a very nice ride by her. Just missed second, actually, so a nice ride by her. So, unbelievably, a feel-good story all the way around. This horse much the best.
Tremendous job in your debut. Second biggest price on the board that both of us, I think most probably looked at, and the odds would reflect it, had no chance in this race.
No, this was an impossible horse to give any look to at all. Of that 3 buyer last time, I mean, didn't do any running, but did that running today.
8,
good for her.
10, 3, 1. Good job, Maddie Olver, to hit the board in your debut mount. Burn Rosie Byrne, though, with the victory. 3-win day for the meet's leading rider here, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, congrats to Kendrick. Happy for him. Well, we can't interview him. We don't have enough time. Maybe he can come up here and hang out with us for Churchill. I'm
You're
all
invited,
for it.
Kendrick.
I could
Invited
text
if you
him
want
right
to come
now.
up.
Tell him to come up.
We're going to have the prices from this one to wrap up our card here in New York in just a moment. This horse here, Dead Solid Perfect, was believed to be an American record. The oldest living horse, 39 years, 188 days, just passed away on November 8th.
What is the date on that photo, guys? I was probably at the Meadowlands that night.
He was born May 4th, 1983.
I was probably at the Meadowlands when that picture was taken. I probably saw him run there. That is very cool. 39 years old. Wow.
Known as Rush, posted just one maiden win in his career. That was in the slop of the Meadowlands. He would have liked track conditions today in Churchill. First half of the year, he was in very good health. Unfortunately, was getting to the end, had some foot issue, and then a fall, and after that fall, just not able to maintain that health. But 39 years, 188 days, you do not see it.
That's tremendous. Incredible. Really. Just missed his 40th birthday.
Yeah.
I mean, you hear about horses that live, like Quick Hall, was he around 31, 30, somewhere in there? And that's a long, long time.
I believe, and that photo we showed you, that was from Barbara Livingston as well. He turned gray later in his life. Neat horse.
I can relate.
That was around, yeah, we all can. For a long, long time, was living a very good life. We're going to take a timeout. Still coming up on Claiming Crown Day at Churchill Downs, the 22-time winner, Beverly Park. Looking for his 13th win of this year. Not going to be easy. This is a tough field lining up in the 8th to kick off the Pick 4 on Claiming Crown Day. We'll be back.
Here comes Malathon. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's got to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathon grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathon has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
Thanks for joining us. Those on SNY or just stopping in, those already with us on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. That is snow on those rooftops at Churchill Downs. They're getting some weather today for Claiming Crown Day. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing, for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf, New York Racing Association handicapper, Andy Serling, and in action coming up on Claiming Crown program at Churchill Downs, Beverly Park, who has been a win machine in his career, looking for the 23rd victory of his career.
Looking for his 13th win just this year. It's really amazing, and he's making his 26th start of the year as well, which in and of itself is pretty amazing. Got it done last time. He's only won 3 of his last 4, but 3 of his last 6.
It's a tough field he's going up against.
No,
today,
this is a very tough field. I agree.
He will have his hands full. He's going to be the 7 in this spot. 12 for 25 this year alone. We'll get to that race coming up in just a moment. We have Paula Duca out in Louisville as well. Let's wrap up the nightcap first here at Aqueduct. Just concluded. 3-win day for Kendrick Carmouche. Rosie Byrne wins for Michelle Giangiulio.
Great day for Kendrick. Happy for Michelle Giangiulio. And we almost had a 2 women running 1-2 here as Maddie Oliver with her first ride, given a great ride. Look at her up the rail. She's coming up the inside right now. She's moved into about 4th or 5th, but actually, yeah, that's her. Saved all the ground and really just barely missed getting 2nd. Congratulations to her and a nice first ride. But Michelle Giangiulio gets the money for our friends at 10 Strike Racing. 2 wins for them. Had a nice looking winner in the first race. Named for Pete Fornatale, Loons Bowling.
That was Maddie Oliver on the 3 you were talking about there. Flattering Gal, 31-1, her first ever mount. Hitting the board. What a moment for her. It's a good way to start things off. Looks like she has some talent on a filly who had 0 form. Looked like a non-factor in this race and going to help some big exotics in terms of the trifecta and superfecta in here. Late pick 5, $410.25.
So we got about 140, let's make it 200, 140, 300, I'm sorry. She's got a little over $1,000. Nice payoff. Parlays probably about 1,100, 1,200. Good payoff.
Meanwhile, Showdown contest, look at that leaderboard. And a $175 bankroll created by our winner. You can play this each and every day on the program, and you're competing for real prizes. It does not cost anything to enter, so there's no excuse not to play. We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. We'll get back to Churchill Downs when we return. Pick 4 up next, and there he is, Beverly Park. 22 career wins, 12 for 25 this year. He's won 3 of his last 4 as well at 3 different racetracks. One of them was here at Churchill. We'll see him back in action next.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One partner, one horse, one victory at a time.
Flight line, 20 lengths clear.
Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto Ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2 and SNY. Thanks for spending part of your Saturday afternoon with us as we get set for some good action here at Churchill. Meat of this card coming up on Claiming Crown Day. We've talked a lot about Beverly Park, who is 5-2 on the board, the current favorite right now, but this may be the toughest field he has faced in a while.
I thought the Wolfman. Shouldn't you be betting the Wolfman?
I should. 4-1.
Does he look like? I thought he looked like the horse to beat. I mean, he's got to bring that form from Laurel, but geez, his last race was pretty good, wasn't it?
He's looking for 4 in a row. His last defeat when he faced Beverly Park.
Oh, wow. At Timonium, the bull ring.
But looks like he's a much better horse now, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, his last race was super. His last 2 races, I'm not familiar with Joanne Schenkel, who owns the horse as well. All the starts were down in Maryland. She's had 12 starts and 4 wins, 2 of them with this horse.
He's going to inherit the inside. And he's got some speed, but he certainly doesn't need the lead. He probably won't be on the lead,
well,
but that's a good thing.
With the 10 scratching, I think it does help his chances a lot. We'll see how strong Nimble Beast is, because he also has some speed. But I got to think that they're going to go for... I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the wrong... The 1 and 10 both scratched here. Both 2 major speeds, so the 2, 3, and 6 are kind of the speeds. So I think this rider will have to go. I'm not familiar with this rider at all, but he's high percentage.
So here's the Wolfman. John Alvello rides, looking for his 4th win in a row, the Wolfman.
I think he's the worst to beat.
2 for 4 on an off track, too. 26-1, Game Boy Benny.
Should be forwardly placed, but just may not be good enough.
9-1, Joyful Heart.
I thought this horse seemed like a reasonable player in here. 9-1 seems like a pretty generous price. This horse's races are fast enough to be a player.
He won 5 in a row before his runner-up finished last time out. Here's Honorary Degree. Big number 2 back.
Yeah, claimed out of that race by a trainer who was 1 for 47.
That big win was at Churchill. Nimble Beast. It's one on and off track.
Another horse could be forward, and he's outside of the other speeds. Did lose last time at 1-5, though.
And he won 4 in a row prior to that. Here's Beverly Park. So 22 career wins, over $490,000 in earnings.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? He's a very cool horse and hard horse to not root for.
Hero Tiger Luis Saez for trainer John Kirby.
Yeah, I thought this horse was not impossible as well and should get a reasonable stalking trip.
He's been competitive against Greeley and Ben, another win machine. Thirsty Betrayal, 10-1. Horse who has been very good on an off track, a win in 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that race, and now that was a muddy sealed track. I mean, not sealed, open track, but does have those 2 good races. Nothing wrong with this horse.
He's only a head behind Beverly Park when they met in April at Keeneland. Crazy Legs Hirsch went by, and here's the 12 at 9-1. I like the warm-up.
Just seemed recently a little slow, was well beaten by Beverly Park, 2 back.
And L's Big Secret, excuse me.
Yeah,
we might get speed outside from this horse, right?
It is a hard spelling. I see how you got.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this horse is nearly as fast, though, as some other horses in here. I think from the outside, this horse could get a little lost. Has run some reasonable figs, but they're at Mahoning Valley.
Yeah, got beat by, though, a horse who was 7-time winner last time out, Zelig, who actually has put together 3 wins in a row. That's a big number outside for a horse that draws in, maybe being forgotten about. Let's take a look at the Wolfman.
I am looking at him. It's right next to me.
Thank you. My namesake. Again, trying to win his 4th in a row.
He was always my favorite of the monsters when I was a kid. I always preferred the Wolfman to the Frankenstein and Dracula. You ever see Abbott Costello meet the Wolfman? Or
yes,
meet Frankenstein and meet Frankenstein? I love that movie. A lot of fun. He's in raging form. I mean, I don't know anything about this trainer, as I said, and that's the only start she has for at least 5 years, the 4 for 12. But this horse is running very well for her, and that I would say, if he is able to duplicate his last effort,
jeez,
he's going to win this race.
Look at him.
Maybe a silver bullet to stop him.
Looks tremendous. Let's go to Paul Duca for more.
Well, we keep on agreeing, and horses keep on beating us, but I'll tell you what, the Wolfman I thought was going to be tough in here. Now, you're running against Beverly Park in here. And Beverly Park is just a win machine, and you never really know when he's going to show up, right? Well, you do know he shows up almost any time, but is he better on a fast racetrack? Is he faster in all these? Because when you look at the rest of the PPs in here, he's beaten almost half the horses in here. But when it comes to the sloppy racetrack, does it even out the playing field? I agree with you, Greg, 100%, that this will be the toughest field that he's faced in a while. You look at some of these horses in here. Wolfman, I do believe, is the speed. Joyful Heart, the 4, who has beaten Beverly Park and a couple others in here, has shown speed and had a long winning streak as well. So, when you look at the body of this field, you got so many different runners in here. The 9, Thirsty Petrail, who I like a tiny bit, is a horse that hasn't been out of the exacta on a sloppy racetrack. Comes out of some decent races from Matt Scher, was behind Beverly Park a couple times, but it seems like the muddy racetrack race 2 starts ago, he beat One for Richie. One for Richie is a fast animal. So I thought he had a look. And then the 8, Hero Tiger, is just getting hammered at the window here. 5-1, or excuse me, 5-2, if I'm not mistaken right now. 7-2 from a 12-1 morning line. I don't know if it's Luis Saez. I don't know if it's John Kirby. But is it you, Jonathan Kinchin?
No, not yet. Give me a second. I'm going to get this hit out of the way, and then I might contribute. Look, I just thought the 8 Hero Tiger made a lot of sense in here. I like the 10 who ended up scratching. But the 8 Hero Tiger is drawn towards the outside of most of these speeds, has a ton of early speed. And you get a rider upgrade, no offense to the previous rider. And Luis Saez is one of the greatest riders in the world, and he's really good on horses like this. I think the 8 Hero Tiger should work out a nice trip. And for some reason, I just can't get over the 6 Nimble Beast as a horse kind of underneath at a big price. I don't think that horse can win, but I do think that horse can get involved.
Yeah, big number, 20-1 on the 6 Nimble Beast. So a horse to use underneath, potentially. 12 made a really nice appearance. This horse 9-1 and is taking some money here.
Let's take a look.
It's a good rate. There's a lot of ways to go in here. This is no layup for Beverly Park.
These races at Churchill are super competitive today. I mean, they're filled with horses who are capable. I thought this horse would have to get back to the faster numbers going back, maybe 6-7 races back, but not impossible. I'm certainly not going to knock a price horse in these races.
Does Beverly, let's go back to the favorite for a minute. Does he even have a race from his last couple of starts that beats this field the last couple times
I think that's a very reasonable question. I tell you what, he moves up a little on time form U.S. figures. The Beyer figures are probably on a little bit on the light side, but they're not that much lower. It's not like there's some horse that stand out. Listen, if the Wolfman runs back to that 86 Beyer last time, I think we can agree he's going to be extremely tough to beat, but he's coming from Laurel. Do we really know he's going to bring that form there? Are we overly confident that he's going to be as effective on wet tracks, even though he's run well on wet tracks? And I agree with something you said right before I came on the air to Anthony, that no wet track is the same.
Yeah.
One track to the other. Horses don't necessarily carry that form.
Well, his reputation, big part of why he's 5-2 in here. He's obviously a major contender. 5-2 might be a little short, though, on Beverly Park. But he's a fun horse to watch, and we know this. He has heart and he has determination. If he's anywhere close, he's going to fight to the end.
You don't compile that kind of record unless you are a consistent type that shows up all the time. I mean, and I think that's a remarkable part about him.
He's the 7. Rafael Bejarano rides, the 22-time winner. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Nimble Beast breaks in stride and is quickly looking for the lead. Joyful Heart comes away well. The Wolfman advancing quickly down toward the rail. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and now 1st. The Wolfman on through to the front. Nimble Beast is there. 2nd, Beverly Park comes away 3rd. Joyful Heart toward the inside is racing. 4th, Hero Tiger right up and on the pace. On the outside, 5th. L's Big Secret racing 6th. Game Boy Benny down toward the rail. 7th, Honorary Degree. Angles to the outside, far outside, racing up into 8th. Thirsty Betrayal down toward the inside in 9th. Don't forget forget 10th. A long way back to Crazy Legs Hirsch, the trailer. Round the far turn, the Wolfman under pressure. Beverly Park comes on 3 wide, 5 wide for L's Big Secret. Coming with a run, and Hero Tiger's there too. They're stacked across the track as they head for home. L's Big Secret rolls off the turn in front, opens up to lead by 2. Beverly Park fights on toward the rail. Hero Tiger continues to fight as well. Honorary Degrees coming down the center. 1 furlong to go. Hero Tiger's in front with a 16th remaining. Hero Tiger opening up now. L's Big Secret back into second. Joyful Heart late on the scene. Too late to catch. Hero Tiger, who wins by a length in the end. Joyful Heart gets second. L's Big Secret was third, and Beverly Park checked in fourth.
8-4-13, Hero Tiger, John Kirby, Luis Saez, 8th win of this 6-year-old's career.
This was quite a race, a very contentious race. Wolfman broke slow, rushed up, not good enough. 12 made that big, huge, was it 12 to 13, I think it was,
13.
actually, made that huge run. L's Big Secret, and then Luis Saez just sitting in a good spot. But I'll tell you what, very good ride on the number 4 horse in here, Joyful Heart for Victor LeBron. Made a nice run, saving ground as the race was kind of falling apart, but the winner, much the best, and I believe that was a good call by Jonathan.
It was. Good call, JK. 4-1 in here. Beverly Park winds up 4th.
This was a tough race. It's not no knock on him. He ran his
Down
race.
on the fence there. This was a good group lining up. This horse over 250,000, just close to it in earnings coming in. And watch the 2 here out of the gate. The Wolfman, a little costly.
Yeah, he just broke a little slow, a little bump there, but I think mostly he just broke a little slow. And this was not the race, especially from the inside, where you're breaking a little bit slow.
And Hero Tiger at 4-1. It's the first win for him since late June in Monmouth. And does it against a really good group.
No, this was a fun, contentious race, and horses really showed up and ran. This is a good race, good field.
Saez, he's going to be riding the whole meet at Churchill, and he is continuing to impress. 8-4-13, 7 in the 8th from Churchill Downs. What are the prices for you? When we come back, we're going to take a timeout, look ahead to the week, to Sunday, I should say. Here in New York, the Artie Schiller, the New York bred millionaire. Some like it hot brown, multiple graded stakes winner. Can he do it again? Mike Maker, Jose Ortiz will team up. We'll have a preview ahead.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. And we just saw a good one out at Churchill Downs on Claiming Crown Day. Hero Tiger, 8th win of the 6-year-old's career after this horse usually shows up 17 seconds as well, but gets the money against a very good group. Louis Saez, John Kirby team up for owner Greg O'Donnell. Pays $10.32 for the win. Let's go to Paula Duca.
Yeah, with winning jockey here of Hero Tiger, Louis Saez, the money showed up, Louis, and this horse ran.
Yeah, he ran big. The kid with him was trying to have a target in front. And, well, we break from there pretty well, and we was in the right spot. Coming to the top of the stretch, somebody make a big move outside. We thought we was dead, but when we came out, he come back, and he just want to win the race.
Yeah, because it seemed like at the top of the lane, it looked like 8 or 9 horses could win the race, and he just kind of separated himself.
Separated himself, yes. And then he come back, and he's beating. That was a great race.
And what's the connection between you and John Kirby? Because 2 for 5, now 3, 2 for 4, now 3 for 5. And a lot of people forget, you broke the track record on running with scissors for John Kirby at Saratoga.
Yeah. Me, we get along pretty good with him. I like to ride for him. He never give me trouble, and I just do whatever I want. And everything has come pretty well, so we did great with him.
A little cold out here, but are you happy so far with the transition to staying here? And what was behind, staying here in Kentucky instead of in New York?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Everywhere my agent booked me horses, I just go there. So that's the part of his job.
Well, that guy decided to cut off our interview, but you know what? Go for your 3rd winner of the day today. Louis Saez gets the W.
Thank you.
I'm sure Tyler Gaffalino's not happy he showed up at Churchill Downs. He won that Keeneland meet, by the way. I mentioned this earlier in the program. Saez did. Final race of the meet on a 26-1 shot up the rail.
Yeah, no.
He was in a deadlock with Tyler.
No, it was amazing. He got that win the last time. I think when Paulie asked him why he came to Churchill, Louis should have deadpanned him and said, because I knew you were coming, Paul. He's a big Paul
purse
fan.
money, I think, had something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, probably, and also he's riding against a very competitive group of riders here. They're running 5 days a week. He's not going to have as much competition to get there. We'll miss him, but
we will.
Just glad to see him doing well.
We'll see him back soon enough. But, yeah, he is having his name called quite a bit. As we look on to the Rapid Transit, 7/8 of a mile. As we look at the current odds here, no burn taking a lot of the money here in this starter allowance.
Yeah, I mean, no burn is really the question is, how confident, once again, I think it's a big point of discussion in these races. Horses coming from all over. How confident are you that he can transfer that form from New York to there? Because he's been in absolutely raging form for Oscar Barrera.
Yeah. We'll get back to it, get a look at the field with the post parade in just a little bit. Sunday card, stakes action, plenty of it. We hope you join us on Sunday. And Artie Schiller, the New York bred, Some Like It Hot. Brown, multiple graded stakes winner, back in action. He doesn't have to have the lead. He's proven he doesn't have to in his career, but he's best, it seems like, when he's in front. There's some other speed in the race.
There is other speed. He's the speed of the speed. He's faster. Not sure he's going to run.
Okay.
That concerns me. But if he
then
runs...
I don't like his chances.
Yes, if he runs, he's the horse to beat. You see him battling back here at Kentucky Downs and those orange silks coming back on to get it done. Listen, he's a terrific horse, and if he does, he'll make it tougher for the others. But I agree with you. It does feel like a race where there could be a reasonable amount of pace in there. Hey, this is not the right race. This is not...
No.
This is just not the right race, right? That's race 10 from that day, and he ran in race 5.
Yeah.
I thought it was when we showed it.
He was on the lead the entire way.
Yeah, he does, and orange silks, too, so yeah, fine. That is him winning on the dirt, in case the race came off the dirt. At least this is him.
So, beyond him, and we're not even sure he's going to run, Palo Alto, Graham Motion, Trevor McCarthy.
I like Palo
Even though, look, that last race, it really better than looked, right? You got a 91 buyer.
What chance did anybody trying
No
to close
pace.
have in that race? It just all the closers were just completely compromised, and I thought he ran very well in here. Sifting Sands, who I also think is a player in there, that's him in those Peter Brandt green silks. He kind of got the jump on him, but he also made that aggressive, wider move, and didn't he just lose to a better horse in set piece here? A horse would probably be favored in this race. He's running at Churchill.
It's going to be in the River City tomorrow's card.
I don't know, though. How confident can you be it's going to be on the turf at Churchill? It's a good chance we're going to be on the turf here, but I'm not confident it's going to be on the turf at Churchill.
Even if it is, he's got a tough task ahead of him all the way, drawn toward the outside in that race.
Got some ride in that race from Joel Rosario last time, I'll tell you that.
What about back-decorated Invader for Christophe Clement? And he actually got back in the winner's circle at Woodbine. Second start back off a long layoff last start.
Yeah, listen, it's nice to see him get that win back. This is a terrific ride. You see him waiting behind horses. He'll end up splitting horses to get the victory. This field is dramatically tougher than the field he beat at Woodbine, and he beat him with a perfect trip. I mean, he was being some claimers in this race. This is a much tougher spot. It's cool that he came back. He had that long layoff. Nice that Christophe got the win for him, but this is...
Get him back, get him some confidence.
This is a tough spot.
It's going to be a lot tougher, no
this
question.
case, this is a great stage quality field. This race should be graded.
On a one time
we have a good chance.
He was going to be a star.
You, not me. We on the show.
Many did. I'm not saying me or anyone, but a lot of people. The way he was running.
I agree. He just bet some tougher horses.
Yeah.
Obviously some issues. I'm sure it was a huge deal getting him back to the racetrack, and I'm glad they're taking a shot. This is a tough spot, even with or without something like an Op Brown.
Earlier on in the card, race 6. Going to kick off the pick 4 and the winner memories. Chad Brown's going to run 3 in this race. Mile and a 16th on the turf. And Eminent Victor, one of that trio of runners coming out of the Sands Point for the Brown Barn. We'll have Manny Franco aboard.
Yeah, it's a very interesting ride last time. They did a good job of keeping Spirit and Glory in and kind of intimidate them a little bit. Neither one of them broke that sharply. Spirit and Glory gets dragged all the way back. I think it was Dylan riding last time out.
It was.
And he tried to come through, and that was a very good ride at Eminent Victor in the stretch, not letting him get out and forcing him inside. And I'm not saying that he didn't get a reasonable trip, Spirit and Glory, but I thought Eminent Victor kind of got the best of him by never letting him make that clear run. And for that reason, I thought Spirit and Glory was the interesting horse into this race.
Well, just look how uncomfortable the 5 is, too.
It's just, yeah, I mean,
rank,
just in a
upset.
right, I know. And I don't know what Dylan could have done, but watch here. You see him, and you can see. Is that Manny on Eminent Victor keeping him in at this point? I'm sorry, I did not.
It is.
He deliberately does not let him out. And so Dylan has come between horses now. I don't think he had a bad trip in doing it, but he never got to get outside. And when you saw the kind of races he ran in his 2 victories at Colonial and Belmont, he made this big, wide outside run. I wonder if he's a horse that wants to get out in the clear, and Manny did such a good job of not letting that happen. I wonder if there's going to be that big a discrepancy in the morning lines. I think Salima is going to take a ton of money.
Well, Spirit and Glory did bad break, as rank as he was, to finish like that, little interesting.
Yeah.
My Risky Affair, meanwhile, Dylan Davis will be aboard here for Christophe Clement. Gate to wire win last time out, very soft fractions and a lot easier company.
Yeah, I think you said everything I would have said, Greg. I just think this is a huge step up for this horse. Listen, she's run some competitive races against horses that, that aren't that bad. She's not impossible, but she's a little dressed up off this one. I mean, the interesting horse is obviously whether or not you think Salima can improve, because she beat another very promising Chad Brown horse for Klarovich in her last start when she came, but she also got an unbelievably great ride from Pratt in that race. I don't like this horse that we're showing now, my Risky Affair.
A little hard to make. She would need, she got a big figure for it, but she's not going to get to do what she did in that race.
A figure dressed up by circumstance, it's a figure that's why I have problems with the whole bounce concept. She's not going to bounce off this number, which doesn't run as well. She's not going to get the same. Right? She's a nice looking horse. She's a nice horse. But she's had chance against other horses. Salima seems like the one with upside.
She is. Lightly raced, 2 for 3 for Chad Brown, winning this second try entry in first allowance condition at Belmont and Aqueduct.
Yeah, I mean, she just had sort of a nightmarish relative trip in her return race. What a ride she got here. You see Pratt staying inside, and the outside is a horse that broke her maiden first time out for Chad Brown back on Cigar Mile Day. She was making her first start in about 10 months. She ran very, very well. It's just Salima just ran a little bit better than she did. I don't believe that she's going to be 9-2 in here. I think she's going to get an enormous amount of tote support. I'm not sure she shouldn't.
That is race 6. Tomorrow's card. You want to join us?
How could you not want to join us?
If you have plans, cancel them.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think you wouldn't want to be with us. And we got some stakes action at Churchill, too.
So that's our Sunday stakes. Oh, so we're talking favorite claiming horses?
No, this is Malathot's full sister, Juliet Shining.
Oh, here we go, okay.
She was all the talk. This was on October 16th at Keeneland. You know, what we show doesn't do justice, and I really recommend to people at home, especially here in Ira Betts Hall, where you can watch all those replays. It's October 16th at Keeneland, somewhere in the middle of the car, around the 6th race, I think. She was super impressive. Then she got a buyer in the low 70s, but she didn't break and just ran wide circuit field the whole way. Malathot's full sister, we lost Malathot. Not bad for Todd Pletcher to replace her. They were so excited by this debut. Stone Street really talked about running her back in the Breeders' Cup in the juvenile fillies. And it's interesting, I was talking to Dave Grant. I knew they had thought of that. And Dave Grant said he talked to Todd Pletcher and asked, did he consider running her back and attempted? He said, we considered her running back on short rest. We considered running her in the Breeders' Cup. They're taking a more conservative route, but she's going to be running on that terrific Cigar Mile card here, December 2nd or 3rd. And she's going to be one of the potential stars, an exciting horse.
Do you see the figure she got?
I think it was like a 71 to 73, somewhere there. But you can incorporate that with the kind of trip she had.
Yeah.
I don't think Malathot ran that big a number first time out, did she?
I'd have to look.
And I feel like she broke her maiden. She beat Caramel Swirl, and then she came back and won the Demoiselle in her second start. One of about 6 races in Malathot's career when she looked hopelessly beaten into the stretch and just found a way to win. I think that I didn't appreciate Malathot as much as I should have in her career.
Yeah.
Good horse.
You didn't.
I mean, I got to respect
she
her over
always
time.
did sort of just enough, right?
But she did it.
No.
You know?
Yeah, which made you think she was always going to win those races. She had more in her, right?
You know, she over
going to be a
and over
multiple
again,
champion.
Yeah, and I think that I never believe in that, oh, they find ways to win, they run as fast as they have to. She had a little bit of that in her. She found ways to win races, and just a very cool, hard-hitting horse. And Todd Pletcher did a sensational job with her.
We're going to take a timeout in a moment. We got more coming up from Claiming Crown Day. You can play all the action, of course, with Now Our Bets. It is dark behind you.
It is. Darkness follows me around, Greg. This is like this is
not even 5 o'clock yet Eastern time. Match 200. That code to use at sign up.
We've got a lot of dark nights to look forward to this winter. You and I together in the dark, Greg.
Go to NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play this terrific stakes card we have for you tomorrow in New York, and we got more coming up from Churchill Downs. 9th is next. 7 furlongs as the Claiming Crown continues. And here's the 12, the Queen Jewels. Big long shot ahead.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta. Scores by 3.5.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back, continuing on Claiming Crown Day at Churchill Downs. Our program brought to you by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Now standing in legendary stall number 1, Claiborne Farm. 9th race next under the Twin Spires. 7/8 of a mile in this $8,000 starter allowance race ahead. No burn, the 5. Luis Saez looking to do a little more damage on a 7-time winner from 17 starts.
I need to get my act together here. This is another competitive race, right? I mean, No Burn has been sensational. I know lost in the slop last time, but the horse that beat him ran a huge figure to do it. He's been running against good horses. I mean, not just running big figs, running it. I mean, this race at Saratoga, strong quality. Up to the mark, had broken his maiden first out for Todd Fletcher. Looked like he could be very good. Strong quality was a Mark Cassie horse of a laugh. I think he came back and ran very well without winning in his next start. Got a perfect trip, but it's a tough field. But I mean, I always worry about horses that get really hot on one circuit, going to a circuit also that the trainer's never been to. And Oscar Barrera's had a good year. He's done very well with this horse. I've decided I think we should call Oscar Barrera III, we should call him OSB3.
I like it.
You know, OSB3. I'm going to talk to him and find out if that works for him. He's been terrific.
Look, I'm with you. You're hot on one, but big purse, go after the money. And the horse is hot right now, in good form. You can see why they did it.
Oh, I don't blame him for doing it, but I worry from a betting perspective. I mean, you say the same thing with Ragtime Blues. And, you know, Ragtime Blues, big figure last time. He lost to Amundsen. Amundsen ran very well to win earlier today.
I cannot believe Amundsen went off the price he did today.
I didn't like him at all. So I'm not shocked he did. I was dead wrong. He galloped. I'm a little surprised he got away with the slow pace he did, though poor Senbei can't get out of the gate anymore. But he still shouldn't have gotten that easy a pace.
Well, here's Ragtime Blues, the one. So just missed by a neck to Amundsen in this race. And, of course, as Andy just said, Amundsen looked very good alone on the lead today, winning.
And he's won at 7 furlongs. Now, the problem is, I don't want to say he's like the same kind of one-number horse. We talked about that with Unbridled Bomber earlier today. But this race was aberrationally high for him, right? Moving up in class. He ran, though. He runs back to this race. And he is a major, major threat to the favorite. Speaking of one-number horses, what do you do with Lieutenant Junior Grade?
That's the horse we saw going to break, right?
Yeah, I mean, that horse ran a big fig last time. That was a huge race.
Now, there's the 9. Actually, I may have seen the 12 going to break, but here's the 9. Corey Lannery, Tom Van Berg off the claim. Horse just won. 98 buyer in the win. It was a Keeneland. Beating we've seen Macron.
Macron's a good horse.
He's beat some nice horses.
No, this horse ran last time. The trainer, Tom Van Berg, he, for what it's worth, off the claim in the dirt, he's 4 for 29, 14%, $1.82 ROI, so he hasn't done great, but he hasn't done badly. I mean, I don't know what to do because his other races don't make him a major contender, but last time he ran.
Oh, you even see a horse that was brought up earlier in the show, too. He was second to 1 for Richie, who was really good at the Oaklawn circuit last year.
Yep.
Looking at the 6 right now, that is Family Man. Tyler Gaffleone will show up here.
Little slow, right?
Cutting back in distance.
For what it's worth, Robbie Medina's trainer is 0 for 8 cutting back from routes to sprints with only 2 hitting the board. For those not familiar with Robbie Medina, he was a longtime assistant for Shug McGahee in New York and left to go on his own.
4 for 5 at Churchill with a second. Most of that going longer. Although he did win sprinting at 6.5.
And you see the owner, Miss Jerry Shields. Jerry Shields was a longtime owner, and those silks people will recognize with Alan Jerkins, the chief. It all comes full circle.
So glad I got a chance to meet him and interview him.
Yeah. He's the kind of person that when you realize the kind of person he is, it makes you proud to work in thoroughbred racing, because he was a wonderful man. I don't think people will never know how many good things Alan Jerkins did, how many people he helped in racing, looked out for everybody. Just a great trainer, but a better person.
Not yet out for the post parade. We're just 5 minutes from a start here, so I don't know if we're eyeing a bit of a delay here for this race as we get set for this 9th.
I'm feeling very cold just looking at a parka.
Well, as we've shown you throughout the afternoon, they began with Paul LaDuca braved it. Snow earlier this morning.
Paul's tougher than we are, let's be clear.
There's another look at it. Accumulated there under those twin spires.
Nice day. Did you have a parka as a kid?
What's that?
Did you have a parka as a kid? Well, you grew up in California. I had a parka.
We didn't. I saw snow once.
Really?
Once in my life before I was maybe 22, and just a freak day where snow came down. We had no idea what it was.
I grew up in Saratoga. We had a lot of snow.
I love it now as a result. Love to be in it.
Well, it's great with
I'm
kids, too, right? You take the kids to the park now.
Yeah.
You know, it'll be fun.
Fans having a good time. I think they just got Paul LaDuca's autograph. That's why they're so excited.
I mean, I thought it was Carrot Top that went by.
So here, finally coming out here. Going to get to this post parade here in a moment. As we get a look at the 8 moving through the screen, so dialed in. Here's a contender. There's, again, Lieutenant Junior grade. That was, talk about another horse. Yeah, aberrationally huge effort.
Don't know where it came from, but that number came up fast. Buyer came up fast for Timeform US. A little tough to take. I just hate one-number type horses.
But we saw a one-number horse win earlier today, impressively at Aqueduct.
That horse is an up-and-comer. Looking forward to him. Big price at Ragtime Blues. They're not buying that one number either, huh?
So here he is. Yeah, Ragtime Blues 6-1. Kelly Breen, Paco Lopez.
Well, the other thing is their speed. Cajun Brother figures to go, so dialed in has some speed. So can he really get loose from the rail?
Yeah, this horse not slow either. Divine Leader.
I agree. I don't know if he's quite as fast as him, but he's not slow, this guy. His last race was pretty good behind the Queen's Jewels.
Only trying a wet track. Ran one of the bigger races of his career. It was a good track that day. First glimpse. Back-to-back wins.
Another horse that's coming out of a good effort, and I always like a turn back. Now, for what it's worth, trainer's record with turnbacks not that strong, to 16%.
I like, too, when you're forward and you cut back, and he's been tactically close. Cajun Brother beat a nose last start at Keeneland.
Thought his race 3 back at Del Mar against Cheaper was actually a pretty good effort. He'd have to get back to every bit of that.
Luis Saez, no burn, like the way he looks.
If you're confident he's going to run his recent New York races, he is way the horse to beat.
Family Man, 5-1. Tyler Gaffleone here second off the layoff.
We'll see if he can take a little step forward, turning back in distance. May help him, especially if there's a lot of pace.
22-1, so dialed in. He was a winner at Thistledown. Put up an 88 buyer last start.
Thistledown. Cleveland. I've never been to Cleveland. I think you need to go. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I could see
Thistledown.
Duran just got inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Lieutenant Junior grade, 98 buyer win last out at Keeneland.
You're waiting for Rick Ashley to get in. That's where you're going. His last race was huge, but he's got to run. He can't really win with his other efforts.
Don't like what I'm seeing from Alexandros.
He's a little rank out there. He's got a race 3 back that's fast enough. Third off a layoff, but he has not run well since coming back off that layoff.
And the Queen's Jewels would need better, do you think, from that repeat of that last performance?
Also got a very good trip. Divine Leader ran the better race that day. Now, maybe he gets some pace to run at. I remember him winning a race one day at Belmont with Trevor McCarthy, where Trevor gave him just a great ride. Chris Engelhardt had him then, about 2-3 years ago.
Minutes of post coming up. We have a little more time than that. We have that slight delay. Let's go to Paul LaDuca for more.
Yeah, guys, another difficult race to sort through, but I'm in agreement with you guys on no burn. I mean, you look at some of his races, they've been devastating. When he lost on a sloppy racetrack, he did. He lost to a horse that just ran him down and came back with a giant speed figure. So I think the race starts through no burn, and where is he going to sit in this race? Can he get to the front end, or is there going to be a mix-up like there was in the last race, and then who comes out of the pack, victorious in here? The one in here, Ragtime Blues, this horse has run some giant races. And when you go back, claim for 15, and then next time they come out, the horse wins at Saratoga, voided for claim, and then runs a better number next time. Just going very, very well right now for Kelly Breen. For what it's worth, Paco Lopez looking for his third winner on the card. And Kelly Breen has been here for the last 3 days. I actually ran into him. I said, what are you doing here? He said, I got a horse in a claiming crown. Well, he showed up 3 days early for Ragtime Blues. So maybe that's a little indication that this horse is going to run big. I don't get the discrepancy between Define Leader and Queen's Jewels when it comes to the picks, because they were right on the line together last time out, and it was a ding-dong battle to the end in there. So I don't understand why that's such big of a difference. The 9 Lieutenant Junior grade, you guys make a good point there. Another horse, 7 for 17 lifetime. You know, Thomas Van Berg claimed this one for Alexis Clare, who's an up-and-coming trainer. She's very, very sharp. This horse a win machine, too. Like we said, 7 for 17. And I think Family Man, I get it. You know, the 1.25 mile race, the 1.8 mile race, is he too slow? Yeah. Then I look down. He's 4 for 5 here at Churchill Downs. His 2 races that he actually started his career were 1-turn, 6.5 furlong races where he won. And I'm wondering with Tyler Gaffalone, he's not going to be that far back. So 5-1, I'm not too in love with 8-5 on No Burn, who's the horse to beat. I'll take a tiny bit of a shot here on Family Man.
Cut back in distance, second off a short layoff for this horse here, Family Man. Tyler Gaffalione, Robert Medina, and that record that Paulie mentioned, it does stand out. 4 for 5 at Churchill. His only loss was a runner-up finish.
Listen, he should get some pace to run at, and turning back, he's not going to be up close in here, so I wouldn't be shocked if he ran fairly well. We'll see. Trainer does not have a good record turning back, but it's a limited sample size, only 8. It's just, I mean, no matter what you do here is going to be a function of how you feel, how much you trust No Burn. Because I feel confident he's going to be very hard to beat if he runs his races. Do you agree?
I do, but you, as you said, you had concern with him going out of town.
I'm just always concerned about that, you know?
Yeah.
I'm concerned with shippers that come here. I'm concerned with shippers that go anywhere, because it just seems that sometimes it's a bit of a disadvantage. Being, you know, comfortable at being at the track, you know that the trainer's more comfortable with it. Doesn't mean they can't win shipping, but that with a favorite, I wouldn't care if the horse is 6-1 shipping. But with a favorite, I have to be concerned. But I'm rooting for him. I'm a homer. I'm going to root for the home team.
Sharp bullet drill in prep for this as well on October 28th. Let's go back to Paul.
Andy, real quick, you know, when you mentioned Rick Astley, I always wanted to tell you, I never want to give you up. I'll never let you down.
I know that, Paulie. Does he realize that you're like Rick Astley's biggest fan, Greg?
You just got Rick rolled.
What is that, a Rick Ant? I'm telling you, see?
Good one, Paulie. By the way, he just played at USB Arena.
Yeah, did you go?
I did not.
Well, you have kids. That's your excuse. You've discussed Rick Astley more. I remember seeing him on MTV when I had hair.
Well, it became a thing, you know, a lot of times. People would call into shows or whatever. If you play Rick Astley for him, you call it getting Rickrolled.
Oh, okay.
So Paul essentially just on live TV Rickrolled you.
Really? Is that good or bad?
It's bad.
Oh. Well, Paul, I took it as a compliment. Okay.
But I think he meant it in a good way.
I took it as a good way.
It was an unintentional Rickroll. 8-5 on No Burn here in the 9th. Beyond him. And we all know how tough he's going to be.
Okay.
Paulie mentioned the 6. Mm-hmm. Who do you like in this spot?
Who do I like?
You mentioned Ragtime
No.
Blues.
I'm looking. You know, I'm looking. I did look a lot. I think that the horse that lost the Queen's Jewels, Alexander's ran well. I just don't think. I'm sorry, not that horse. I'm looking at Divine Leader. Let me get back to Divine Leader. I thought Divine Leader ran very well last time. I'm just afraid he's not good enough here. But I thought his effort last time was good. So I think he's a little interesting.
That's the 2. He is quick. Second try, going 7/8 of a mile. But it's No Burn. There he is stepping in. The 5, he's a heavy favorite here. Luis Saez for Oscar Pereira. First try at 7/8, cutting back in distance. Here we go. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Good beginning for the Queen's Jewels, and so too Cajun Brother. Lieutenant Junior grades between them showing speed as well. Up the chute, crossing over, and Cajun Brothers in front, short lead. The Queen's Jewels is right there, pressing from second. Divine Leader tugs at the rider, up into third. Lieutenant Junior grade comes away fourth. Alexandros is fifth. Ragtime Blues advancing inside sixth. Family Man is now seventh. So Dialed In is eighth. Wide on the track is No Burn all the way back in ninth. 6 lengths off the lead, heading to the far turn. And First Glimpse to Trailer. That opening quarter in 22 and 4. They're on the far turn now. Down inside, it's Cajun Brother. The Queen's Jewels 3 wide comes on now. The Queen's Jewels has taken over. Divine Leader's now second. Alexandros is third. Cajun Brother is stopping. So round the far turn, the Queen's Jewels tries to shake loose. Opens up a length and a half as they head for the quarter pole. Divine Leader pinned down toward the rail. Now comes off the rail. Second with Alexandros there too. Farther back in the field, Family Man is starting to pick it up as they head for the final furlong. The Queen's Jewels still in front by 2. Divine Leader coming at them now. 16th to go. The Queen's Jewels desperately trying to hold. Divine Leader continues to grind away, and it's a photo. Whoa, very tight. Divine Leader and the Queen's Jewels very tight on the wire. The Queen's Jewels came back too tight to tell. Farther back it was Family Man and First Glimpse.
I don't know who got this. The Queen's Jewels, the 12, Florent Giroux, the 2 outside with Edgar Morales, Divine Leader. Photo finish.
I was saying to you, why didn't I bet the horse? And that is close. It does feel like the inside.
Feels like a dead heat to me.
I think the inside came back to win, but Divine Leader looked like he had a measured in there. The 2 horses at the wire together did it again, and the same result, maybe. The Queen's Jewels. Let's take a look.
6-1 outside, 8-1 inside.
It feels like inside got it there. Wow, and they were way ahead of the rest. A lot of horses were no-shows in here.
Yeah, they really were.
This was one where we didn't see much movement in here, and No Burn. He did. That's the shipping, man. It's tough. It's tough. Ooh, if I bet the 2, I'd want to throw up.
The 5th just eased back and finished last, I believe, in here.
And a good aggressive ride by Florent, huh, on the 12? Really aggressive, paid off. I'm a fan.
Well, Divine Leader at this point looks like he's just going to inhale.
It's over. Got in front.
The Queen's Jewels.
Got in front.
Look at this horse.
Oh, he's in front.
Dig in. He is.
Oh.
Digs in down on the inside.
Painful.
You get passed on the inside, not a lot of horses show the heart to come back.
Wow.
And he may have done it.
I think he came back to win.
7-year-old, by the way. Scat Daddy. And it's just been posted. The Queen's Jewels inside does re-rally to win.
These are what my friend Harvey Pack used to refer to as coupled horses because they ran together last time. So you look at the exact 8-1, 6-1, supposed to pay around $100, right? Does that make sense? About $100? I wonder if this Ragzacta is like bad value. What is this, the 8th race? We're looking at 9th race.
12 to 6-10, by the way.
12.
8-1 over 6-1. And the 2-1 favorite, a no-show in this race, No Burn.
Oh,
Queen's Jewels. That was a battle to the stretch, won by Florent Giroux.
I have this exacta paying $171.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. He's the man in Kentucky. It's been quite a year for the newlywed as well. We'll tell you Tyler Gaffleone's story, how he got into riding, and how it's been going for him. It's been going pretty good. We'll be back.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this,
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Digs down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield, family, form, physique, fantastic.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on FS2 and SNY on Claiming Crown Day at Churchill Downs. Our Aqueduct card already in the books. And we just saw a thriller stretch duel in the 9th between the 12, the Queen's Jewels, and the 2, Divine Leader, and it goes to the 12 with Rouen Giroux for Thomas Van Berg.
Yeah, getting it done. There it is. Look at that exacta. $171. That is a big payout. No worse than it ran 1-2 last time. Wow.
12-2-6 finish. Let's go to Paul LaDuca.
With winning Trina here, Thomas Van Berg hat trick on the day with Queen's Jewels. And my goodness, him and Divine Park, little Ollie Frazier the last couple of races.
Divine Leader, yeah. Well, they did it last time at Keeneland, too. So it was an amazing race. I was hoping it wasn't Keeneland's racetrack last time. I didn't know how he'd handle this, but he's gained a great deal of confidence after his last start. And it's rare to see a horse kind of blossom at this time of the year. And he thought he was unbeatable after that last race. And so I was really confident. Out of the day, I thought he was the horse that was going to run big if he liked the track. And that other horse I had in there, Lieutenant Junior Grade, ran such a huge race down there. I was kind of concerned that might have been the track that he just really relished, and I think that might have been the case. I don't think he liked this track, but the Queen's Jewels is the 12 post helped him out because he doesn't like a lot of kickback in his face, and that slop, he was sitting outside perfect the whole time tracking him, and so, Flo did it perfect. He knows him. I don't even have to give him any instructions on him, so it's worked out to be a good tandem, the two of them.
Well, it's good to have a veteran horse like this that fights. It looks like your owners are pumped up. I'm going to let you go, Tommy. You got 2 to saddle in the next race. What's your best chance of the 2?
Same thing with them. I don't know if they're going to like the track. I loved both horses. It's just a matter if they take to or not. I think Decision Maker, the one I was real confident going in, if it's a fast track, I absolutely loved him. On this one, he's probably the one that I'm most concerned about. I think Tis Right Time, I think he'll like the track regardless, but Decision Maker, I think, is the one I have to worry about on the track surface.
Thomas Van Berg, I would think we go Golden Sombreros for?
I don't know what that is. We'll find out. Sports terminology here for the race.
Yeah, Golden Sombrero if he can get one home here in the last.
Yeah. Hit for the cycle.
Big afternoon for Tom Van Berg, Barney. That's pretty neat. This back-to-back races, these two have duked it out down the stretch to the wire. Same result both times.
Yeah, pretty cool. Would have been very frustrating had I bet the 2, which I didn't. I'm glad you asked me so
America's
late.
happy for you that you didn't place that bet.
I know they are. I appreciate that. I appreciate that from all of you. Glad you asked me late.
So that one in the books. We're going to set up the 10th right now. This 10th race, see if Tom Van Berg can do it again. Mile and an eighth, 3,500 starter allowance. And
this race is wide open.
Benavengo taking money. That's a huge effort off the bench last start at Pimlico. Stakes race won by 7.5 with a 92 buyer.
Yeah, he's going to win off that effort. But once again, another shipper, though, right? Got to come here and show he can do it here. Different track.
All right, we'll have more on this race coming up in a moment. Tyler Gaffalione seemed destined to become a jockey, a third-generation rider. He used to ride the armchair of his couch, hoping to one day follow in the footsteps of his father. After an Eclipse Award as the nation's top apprentice, he has since developed into one of the very top in the business at his craft. Here's Lafitte Pinkai with more.
I love the horse. I love being around them. They have a calming sense to them.
Tyler Gaffalione pretty much knew he wanted to be a jockey before he could spell his name.
No, just the way that set up early.
Tyler Gaffalione. I remember 3rd grade, I think I finally perfected it. I used to get a couple of the letters mixed up.
Tyler felt he was destined to become a third-generation jockey, following in the footsteps of his father and grandfather.
I remember my first pony when I was 5, I believe, was Chipper Jones. I named him after my favorite baseball player, and he didn't really like me, but we developed a relationship after a while, and he taught me a few lessons, but I need to learn them. I was born in '94, and I think he rode maybe a year or 2 after that, and I think he called it quits. He got in a pretty bad spill at Delaware. He taught me everything I know. He used to spend hours with me on my equicizer. I'd ride a few pretend races during the day, and at the end of the day, I'd go, Dad, come see what I learned today, come see what I worked on, and he was just so supportive of me. Never pushed me to do anything I didn't want to do, just supported me, and just gave me all the love in the world.
Gaffalione established himself early on as a top jockey in Florida. However, it would be aboard War of Will in the 2019 Triple Crown that would put Tyler on the map nationally.
Tyler Gaffalione has War of Will, fourth at the rail and 4 lengths off the lead. A similar trip to the Kentucky Derby, right behind the pacemaker.
Just a pure happiness. He's a very special horse to me in my career. He taught me a lot, not only about this game, but about myself. Even to this day, I still get chills watching the race. It doesn't even seem real.
But it's War of Will coming down to the 16th pole in front. In front by 2 lengths late. A late charge from Longshot Everfast on the inside 2, but nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
The Spa is one of Tyler's favorite places. It had extra meeting in 2022. He got married in Saratoga 2 days before the meet started.
We decided to do it up at Saratoga. Most of our families from up there. They were born and raised, went to school there, and it just makes it easier for everybody traveling. And we're going to be there for the meet anyway. So it's a very exciting year for us. We're thrilled.
Number 6 is Got Stormy. The rider, Tyler Gaffalione.
I enjoy what I do. I love coming to work every day, and anything can happen no matter what you do. So you just got to enjoy life and make the most of it.
He's developed into the dominant rider in the Kentucky circuit, and it was huge for him the weekend he had championship weekend. He came into the Breeders' Cup 0 for 34. That grew to 0 for 35 after an early loss. Not 1, but 2 wins on championship weekend, so huge weight off his shoulders.
Yeah, listen, he's a terrific rider, and between he and his agent, Matt Musiker, they're going to ride a lot of live horses, and it's sort of just a question of when he wins big races. You know, he's not going to go 0 for in his career. He's too good a rider for that, and he rides so many good horses. He gave this horse an absolutely perfect trip to my defeat. I like the second horse in here, but she had been able to control in the front
This
end.
Wonder Wheel and the juvenile fillies.
Yeah, she couldn't do it in this race. There was other speed, but she rated comfortably and got it done. And a very nice win for Tyler.
And shockingly, I mean, she went gate to wire in the prep for this in the Alcibiades. She comes from off the pace to win this one.
That's why I didn't like her. You know, I didn't think she'd be able to rate.
And meanwhile, Caravel, you say what you want. Golden Pal didn't break in this race. He might have had his hands full if he had broke. And Tyler was ready to be in front with that happening, aware of the situation, and took advantage.
Listen, Tyler made a decision to start. I'm going to the front. A lot of other guys, I don't know what they were thinking. I don't understand how this horse ended up in front, even with Golden Pal being left. I don't know what the 14's game plan was in here, but Tyler went to front. This is probably the most improbable winner in Breeders' Cup history, winning this race. But give Tyler all the credit in the world. He made a decision, he stuck with it, and he got the money. She wasn't winning this race from behind.
So 2 wins for Tyler on racing's biggest weekend. Good for him.
And Johnny Dominguez getting a lot of camera time there. He's really worked himself in there. Impressive. No, it was a tremendous weekend for him, and I couldn't be happier for him.
But he's, as we've talked about, he's going to have some real competition at this meet now with Luis Hayes showing up.
Yeah, oh yeah, especially after losing the tough one. I wonder how many straight Churchill Downs meets he's won. It's got to be a huge record, right?
It's been a lot. He had 62 wins at the last meet, basically doubling up Ricardo Santana Jr. Just incredible. He's turned into a terrific rider.
Yep.
And, you know, every year we see him at Saratoga. Struggled maybe a little bit for the first half this year, but he's had more and more and more wins, and he's just going to continue to keep building that business.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's just a very good rider. Rides, you know, he settled into that, not come in New York, Florida, Gulfstream in the winter, the Kentucky meets, and he comes to Saratoga. Good rider.
We're going to take a timeout. We will be back. We're going to look ahead to some stakes action tomorrow. Some big names lining up in stakes action under the Twin Spires. Sconson, multiple graded stakes winner. We will see in the Dream Supreme, and one of my favorites. I'm a big Bango fan for Greg Foley. He's coming off one of the best efforts of his career. Can he back it up on Sunday?
Consistently versatile with 25 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churchill's fight running on. Mason in front. Churchill's fight on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets. Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Standing at Gainesway. If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Rich Strike rolls up and takes charge. Rich Strike with an inside run angled out and takes off for the 8th pole. Opening up by 6 now. Paint Your Wagon is left behind in second with Loonshot, Twitchy, and everybody else. Rich Strike now by 10, now by 12. Rich Strike, this race was never in doubt.
Greatest $30,000 claim of all time?
I don't know. I mean, relatively speaking, I guess. I think Stymie and Carryback were 2 great ones in the past.
Derby win?
Yeah, Derby win's pretty big.
It's pretty good, isn't it? And this was at Churchill Downs when he did this. You just never know what they're going to turn into. Back at the time, Lava Man was a terrific claim.
Yeah.
But this horse goes on to win the Derby. Who's your favorite claimer of all time?
I think my favorite horse that ran a claimer, and he was very much in claiming races throughout the beginning of his career. And then Rick Dutrow Sr. Took over the training of King Swan, a horse that's very popular in New York. Won races carrying 130 plus pounds, actually 130 with Jose Santos. Lost carrying 133. Here he is winning, I think, the Bold Ruler, I believe, was shown. 1988 Bold Ruler. He lost the Met Mile to Gulch by a neck back in 1987, finishing ahead of horses like Broadbrush. He was a smart horse, and he was super popular here. He'd run in the winter and carry weight. He's just an amazing horse, the Swan, and is super popular. He actually beat O'Geigen. O'Geigen was undefeated as a 2-year-old. He made his return at Aqueduct as a 3-year-old, and King Swan beat him. That was back in 1986, I want to say. You can see that record, won just under $2 million,
Jeez.
31 for 107, and he's a real favorite. I always remember him coming back on to win a race, and I was on the 3rd floor, I think, here, the floor right below where we are, maybe the 2nd floor. And one of the Jamaicans yelled when he won, "Nobody passes the Swan." And he was just such a cool horse. I'm sorry Richie's not here, because I know Richie would probably like to talk about him as well.
Incredible record.
He was an amazing horse, and we have his PPs here, actually.
It's a fun part of the game. We love our stars, but a day like this that shines, we see the record some of these racehorse claiming crown day. It is remarkable. Let's go to Paula Duca. Paula, your favorite claimer. Now, I know you've spent a lot of years enjoying this game. You probably have a few choices.
Yeah, it was really tough for me. At one point I thought Pepper's Pride, but she was never in for a claiming price, and she only run in New Mexico. She was 19 for 19. What a runner she was. I ended up on Rapid Redux. I mean, what a story this horse was. This horse was claimed by Robert Cole for $6,250 at Penn National. David Wells, the trainer, then went from there from 2010 to 2011, from 5 furlongs to a 1 1/8, won 22 straight races in a row. And the crazy part about it is the secretary, they had the Vox Populi Award, the Secretariat Vox Populi Award that was created by the great Penny Chenery. Rapid Redux that year won the award. Listen to the horses that he beat. Harve de Grace, Uncle Mo, and Gold Lakova. Rapid Redux, for me, was pretty amazing.
That's incredible.
No, that was for the award. award, which I'm not a fan of.
Right,
but
that's what he said.
Still,
that's incredible that he beat those horses for the award.
If you want to have an award, there should be an award to recognize. If you need an award to recognize horses like Uncle Mo, I mean, let's have an award to recognize the hard hitters. How about, not an Eclipse Award, but some sort of award to recognize the top claimers?
Yeah, there should be an award like that.
Right.
JK, where do you wind up with your favorite claimer?
Well, I liked Willie Beeman. I liked the character from the movie, but I also liked the horse. He wasn't necessarily a claimer throughout his career, but he did run for a tag one time for $25,000. Rick Dutrow claimed him. But what he did was one of the coolest things I've seen a horse do, which is win the Albany up at Saratoga on a Wednesday, going 1 1/8 miles, and then comes back on Saturday, cuts back and wins the Grade 1 King Bishop. One of my favorite moments for a claiming horse.
And here comes Willie Beeman. Here comes Willie Beeman and Gunboat, too. They're coming down to the finish. Willie Beeman on the outside. And Willie Beeman does it. He won just Wednesday, the Albany Stakes. He barely had time to cool out, and he comes back and wins the King's Bishop.
There with the joke at the end, he barely had time to cool out, to kind of emphasize how rare it is for a horse to do what he did, to win on a Wednesday and come back and win a Grade 1 on a Saturday. Willie Beeman's one of my favorite claimers.
3 days in between and a Grade 1 victory at Saratoga.
I bet the second horse in this race. I'm bitter. Still bitter. Jimmy Riccio
Classic
silks.
Serling.
See those Jimmy Riccio silks? Yep. Went out for Rick Dutrow.
Big part of the game. That's why we love our claiming horses, too.
Oh, yeah. No, and I mean, think of the horses that sort of keep the game going day in and day out. While we mentioned horses, like King Swan and William Beeman that won stakes, a lot of these horses that continuously run a claiming race keep performing at a high level. They're in a lot of ways, they're not the stars of the game, but they're the horses, the meat and potatoes horses that keep the game going, and you develop an affinity for them over the years. It's hard to think right now, horses like Creme de la Fête. I think this would have been, it's unfortunate we're talking in a day when Richie's not here, because I know that Richie would have a lot of memories of some great horses he rode, horses like Boomtowner and Reappeal and horses like that he rode for Mike Hushin. So many, many good warriors over the years.
We're going to get back to the Churchill Downs program. Their 10th is coming up next. 1 1/8 going to be the last live race we bring you on the program. As they come out onto the track, still Benavengo, who is favored speed from the inside, went gate to wire last time out at Pimlico off the bench. It was a short layoff, but still now winner of 2 of his last 3.
One of the keys is how much pressure Calibrator, who comes in off synthetic races, puts on him. If he's able to control, he's going to be tough to beat. But I got to tell you, I want to see a horse from out of town at a short price reproduce that effort here.
14 to 1 next door on this horse. This is Frosted Grace. Robertino Diodoro off the claim.
Diodoro, he's 25% with 243 starters off the claim with dirt routes. This horse was claimed for this race. I think he's an overlay.
Calibrator, the one you talked about, the speed, maybe to pressure that one.
Just hard to know what he's going to do in the dirt. His one dirt race a long time ago, he was atrocious. But maybe he's an improved horse, but I wouldn't bet on it.
Keystone Field, 9 to 1. Mike Maker.
Another horse that ran a big figure last time out. I'm not going to knock his effort. I thought he ran legitimately well.
Yeah, that was a Keeneland. Got a 91 buyer. Intrepid Heart. It's been around for a while. It's 6-year-old at 5 to 2 right now.
He's a favorite in the Peter Pan for trainer Todd Pletcher when he was a 3-year-old 3 years ago. He likes to run second, doesn't he, lately? But he's good.
14 to 1 on Digital. Rick Hiles has already won today.
He'd probably have to improve a little bit, but he ran well last time.
And we heard Paul talk to Tom Van Berg. These are his 2 horses here. Tiz Ride Time has a win on an off track.
Last race was good. I mean, all this depends on, obviously, the pace and how well the number 1 runs.
And here's Van Berg's horse he's a little concerned about on this sloppy going.
He ran very well. He's more of a turf horse, though, but he ran well, 2 back to win, but fast track.
Monster race.
Yeah. I'm not.
91 buyer.
This field is full of horses that have run big figures.
12-volt man, 11 to 1. Saffie Joseph Jr.
He's shipping in with the 3, and maybe the 3 helps set it up for him. Ran a good race last time.
Double-digit odds outside. Let's go back to Paul.
Yeah, guys, just another difficult field, and this is the feature on the card in here. And I'm in agreement with you guys. The one horse in here could be tough to beat in here. You know, when you look at the race flow in here, who can really run with him early? Maybe the 3, right? Calibrator, but it's a horse that's, you know, one race over a fast racetrack and the sloppy racetrack has not run over. But this, you know, Colt by Gormley, the one Benevengo, looks like he's just getting better and better. Now, his one race over a sloppy racetrack, he did not run well at Monmouth, but that was in May. He looks like he's grown up, and he just was kind of geared down in his last effort, and I thought that was very good. Now, the waters get a lot tougher, especially when you're going a mile and 1/8. I will say this, Intrepid Heart looks amazing on the racetrack. Is galloping over it very, very nicely. And he made a great point. A lot of second place finishes. This is a horse that was, like Andy said, in the Peter Pan, was considered to go to the Belmont, and has always had the kind of talent and just hasn't been able to close the door, but does have a win over a sloppy racetrack. I love the way that he was traveling over it, but then again, he seems like he keeps getting bet, and seems like he keeps running second. Now, the 7 Tis Ride Time, you know, we were talking to Thomas Van Berg. I actually bet him last time in Keeneland, and I thought that race flowed right into his closing kick, and I don't know if you can get that closing kick today. So, you know, I thought Benevengo was going to be tough. Intrepid Heart, I'm going to give a long shot look to the 3 Calibrator. I have a feeling this horse could stay close enough to the 1 where if, you know, he has enough punch and is good enough, I just don't know if he's good enough, I think he can get first run on the 1.
Concern and all with Benevengo as we look at him right there. Only time he was on a sloppy track. I mean, he went backwards. It was his first time going along, 3rd start of his career. Stakes race in his 3rd try as well.
Yeah, it was a big price that day, and he also wasn't able to make the lead. So I'm not gonna. I don't think, you know. I would say his performance that day probably a lot more the fact that he didn't make the lead than the wet track, because the difference between that race and, except for his first race, 6.5 furlongs, which he was claimed out of every other start for this trainer, he's made the lead. I'm more concerned with a horse like this that he's never shipped to a racetrack like Churchill and him showing up running that race. And I keep thinking back to No Burn. I bet a couple dollars in the 2 Frosted Grace, claimed for this by Robertino Diodoro, and has races, give him a chance and a price.
Jonathan, Intrepid Heart, the 5 right now, the 9-5 favorite. How are you going to play it?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the most likely winner. I mean, he is a short price, but off of his trip last time, that's who I wanted in here. I thought closing into a slow pace, this is 2 races back, but I thought his last race, closing into a slow pace, it was just a bad trip for him, and I expect him to run much better. He's got back numbers that make him the best in here. He's run good races for Joe Sharp. I just think he's the most likely winner of this race. My only real concern with him is that sometimes he can give himself a little bit too much to do, and that can be problematic. But I think when the other ones are getting tired, he'll just be getting going. Intrepid Heart likes these long distances, these 1 1/8, 1 1/4, even longer. I think he's going to be tough in here.
And you know, we talk about, you said they're the meat and potatoes of this sport, and they really are. They make this sport. Intrepid Heart, he's been claimed a few times in his career, but he's claimed for $25,000
September of 21.
September of 21. He's ready for $175,000 here.
You know, he's a consistent type, and he's had this long career running well. My problem with him is he's favored, and he's finished second 5 times in a row, including a head and a nose loss, and he's been 8-5, 6-5, 7-2, 7-2, and 2-1. So while, yeah, he's run well enough to win this in pretty much all of them, he's lost 5 straight races, 2 of them by narrow margins, in races that he's been a short price, and that's not a horse I'm ever going to bet on unless he's a much bigger price, and he's not. But once again, I won't be shocked if he wins, but 5 straight seconds doesn't do it for me at short prices.
Let's go to Travis Stone for the 10th.
And they're off. Digital mid-pack breaks alertly, so too Frosted Grace. Calibrators hustled out of there. Benevengo down toward the inside, and now he comes up on through. So Benevengo leads the way. Frosted Grace is racing in second, and Calibrator right up and on the pace. The 3 of them across the track, and they've gone 5 lengths clear already of Keystone Field, who's back in 4th by 2. Intrepid Heart comes away racing in 5th. 12-Volt Man is 6th with Digital 7th. 3 more back to Tis Right Time. Decision Maker settles in at the back of the pack. It is already a dozen lengths off the lead, but it's a sharp pace up top, 23-2 for the opening quarter mile. Benevengo bounding along down the backstretch run, prompted by Frosted Grace in second. There's 5 furlongs to go. Calibrators trying to keep up with them on the outside in third. Keystone Field is nudged along fourth, advancing toward the rail. Then it's Intrepid Heart fifth and only 5 lengths off the leader Benevengo. Followed by 12-Volt Man, Digital, Tis Right Time, Decision Maker at the back. The half in 47-4. They're on the far turn. Benevengo still holding on to the lead. Frosted Grace continues to hone in. And Keystone Field steady advance on the outside. 3 wide and coming on quickly. Intrepid Heart is on the scene as well. Now 4th and 3 lengths behind as they come for the top of the stretch. Keystone Field comes roaring off the turn and kicks away to lead by 3. Keystone Field the one to catch. Intrepid Heart is coming on strongly. Benevengo fights on. Digital down toward the rail. 1 furlong remaining. Keystone Field by 2. Intrepid Heart continues to rally. Intrepid Heart coming after Keystone Field. Keystone Field digs down deep. Intrepid Heart surges. Keystone Field holds on to do it. Intrepid Heart couldn't get by. Benevengo was third and Tis Right Time was fourth.
Keystone Field able to hold off the hard-charging Intrepid Heart, who winds up with another second-place finish.
One thing that's clear about Intrepid Heart, he no longer wants to go by because he had dead aim, and you could argue that Keystone Field moved a little early in this race. Corrales, but he ran very well. He ran back to his last number, if not even better. First time in a wet track, no problem with it. Intrepid Heart, he ran another good race. He just does not, look at that. He don't want to pass. I'm sorry, he does not want to pass. It's weird, right? Because he used to do nothing but win. You know, before that streak, the streak now of 6 straight seconds, Greg, he was 21 starts, 8 wins, and only 2 seconds. And now he's run 6 straight seconds. It's weird, right? That he seems to develop this habit later in his career. Yet consistently running fast figures. You thinking he's a little unlucky?
I thought he ran a pretty good race.
He did, but he got there. I mean, it just doesn't go by. It's not an aberration that he keeps finishing second, and 3 of them in narrow photos.
4, 5, 1, 7. I'd love to have him in your barn, though.
Well, I don't know where I'd put him. The living room, maybe? You thinking? He'd probably start eating my food, you know, and that'd be a problem. Look at him. Oh, come on.
Keystone Field able to hold him off. Mike Maker for 3 Diamonds Farm. Gerardo Corrales aboard for the victory. And this horse wins for the 6th time in his career. 7-year-old son of Candy Ride.
And the rest of them were nowhere. I mean, nobody else.
There were some no-shows.
Yeah. I mean, one thing, listen, Intrepid Heart runs well every time. He's just not getting there.
6-1 over 2-1. Intrepid Heart was your favorite. Could do no better than second in this spot. Keystone Field. Back-to-back wins, getting back on the dirt after going long in a grade 2 on the turf. Prices from this 10th when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
He won the Derby. He won the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 10th in the books. Keystone Field holding off the hard-charging Intrepid Hearts, but it's now 6 consecutive runner-up finishes for Intrepid Heart.
I just think it's amazing that Intrepid Heart had just 2 second-place finishes and 8 wins, and now he's run second 6 straight times. It's unusual.
$15.78. Pick 3 for $2. 2,600 plus.
I'm very jealous that Paul's there with my friend Kirk Wyckoff.
Let's go to Paulie.
I'm with Kirk Wyckoff, and I was just talking. Andy just said he's very jealous, but then Kirk just told me. I asked you, are you guys still friends or not? Or do you consider Andy a friend?
100%. Stop it, Tall. But can you hit a baseball? That's the answer to that question.
I don't know if I could hit one anymore, Kirk. But congratulations with Keystone Field here, and let's get the truth out. You said you came down here because Mike said this horse can't lose.
Well, we knew when it was sloppy, Candy Ride on the slop. When I bet him, he was 10-1. I don't know how we ended up 6-1, but I left the sale at Keeneland about 2 hours ago to come down. It's a good horse sale, but it's better to win races.
So did you text Andy Serling?
Andy knows all of our horses are entered to win. He just doesn't bet them very often.
Well, you didn't tell me, and I'm a little upset. 15-78 to win. And you know what? These claiming crown races, I mean, this is the heart of our sport. No, Kirk?
Well, we claim a lot of horses, as you know, and I was delighted to see it come to Churchill. I hope they keep it here. It rains more in Florida than it does here. Yeah. But this horse is a horse we got from the West Coast that we wanted to put on the dirt from the turf, which is kind of a different move for us. Yeah. And he's run a couple of big races already, likes Churchill, and he'd never been on the slop, and Candy Rides like the slop. And look, Joe Sharp's other horse that is really tough, that gray horse. We got the inside move on him down the backside, and that was probably the difference.
Yeah, real heady ride here by Gerardo Corrales. He's underrated, isn't he, Kirk?
He we don't ride him that much. We ride him at Turfway a lot, but he does a great job when we ride him. I can't speak for the others.
Yeah, well, congratulations here to Three Diamonds Farms. Yourself, we got to say hi to Jordan as well. Good friend of mine, gets the job done here with Keystone Field.
Well, hopefully Jordan.
Say his name a lot on this program. Very successful, wins a lot of races. Good to see these connections get a win.
Yeah, absolutely. Kirk was my partner in the charity golf tournament, the mini golf tournament, when he got the 3 hole-in-ones in the first 3 holes. And Anthony Stabile looked like somebody hit him with a pin, and he just deflated. He was limping around the course at that point. Good guy, Kirk.
I take my mini golf very seriously.
As did Anthony until that game. I really wish I had video of Anthony when he hit the 3 hole-in-ones. It was incredible.
Keystone Field, wow. Talk about the confidence with this horse going in.
Kirk's a confident guy. There's no doubt about it. And he won the race. He got it done.
Yeah.
Maybe he went down because Kirk bet him from 10-1 to 6-1. Ran very well.
Another race coming up. We're going to be off the air by the time they run the 11th, but you'll be able to catch it. NyraBets.com. Schedule for the grass comes off. 25,000 starter allowance with who remains in here. Palace Coup, main track only, and it will only wind up being post 10 for the 16 horse. Went gate to wire on the dirt at a mile and 16th last start.
Watching on the subway platform?
What's that?
We'll be watching on the subway platform?
Yes, we will. Big name. I know that you were very close to and you thought had a chance to win some honors had he stayed in training and maybe had a few more opportunities. Jack Christopher, unfortunately, retired and off to stud at Coolmore America.
Yeah, there been some talk to hope to run him in the Cigar Mile, but he's going to be retired. And it was a brief career. I feel like we barely knew you, Jack, but he was a very good horse. And thought his win over Gnight that we're looking at right here in the Alan Jerkins was a real highlight at Saratoga. And you saw how well Gnight ran after that race. And it's a terrific performance, a very, very good horse, and we wish him well, but I'll miss him.
He
ran 6 times.
He was spectacular. Is this the best dirt horse Chad Brown has had?
No, well, I mean, Connect beat Gun Runner in the Pennsylvania Derby.
We'll never know.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's an interesting question. Definitely is talented. A lot good magic Magic was very, very good. It's an interesting question to ask him. Good question for Chad Brown, actually.
Very highly of this horse.
Oh, no, he was
incredibly talented.
Yeah.
And now off to stud again. He will stand at Coolmore, America. Coming up tomorrow, again, we mentioned all these good stakes races on the card at Churchill Downs. Wisconsin, back in action in the Dream Supreme. Multiple graded stakes winner. They've all come at Churchill Downs.
I just don't know if she's got anything left.
And if it stays on the grass, we hope it does. Set piece, multiple graded stakes winner as well. Got to deal with that outside post in the River City Handicap.
War Dancer. The momentum continues with recent stakes winners on turf and dirt. Dancing Buck going wire to wire in the Grade 3 Belmont Turf.
Dancing Buck has opened up on the field. It is Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
And 2-year-old filly War Saichi with a wire-to-wire win in the Ladyfinger Stakes.
War Saichi asserted her authority immediately out of the starting gate, and she has not relinquished the lead.
War Dancer, the #1 third crop turf sire in North America. Proud to stand in New York.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also siring winners at all distances, from 7 furlongs to 1.25 miles. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Giddy up. Game of Silks is coming this December.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Snow out in Louisville. That was the scene early on the Twin Spires. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We got a great card tomorrow at Churchill Downs in 3 very big stakes. Going to go back to back to back, including River City Handicap. Assuming we stay on the grass for this one. Set piece horse who, very exciting, comes from way out of it. That is his style as we take a look at the stakes lineup. Winter Memories, Artie Schiller here in New York, and then Dream Supreme, Bet on Sunshine, and the River City Handicap on the lawn. Traditionally, Set Piece has been very good on the grass. He loves it at Churchill Downs, obviously new turf course. 1 1/8 though. Outside post, 1 1/8 has not been his best distance.
Yeah, this is his last start when he finished 4th in the Coolmore Turf Mile at Keeneland. And he got some ride from Joel Rosario. You saw him saving ground the whole way, angles out in the stretch, really coming at the end. And the majority of the running in this race was done by horses that saved ground. Now he saved ground until the stretch. So probably helped him a little bit, but he's losing to horses like Ivar or Annapolis. I know Annapolis didn't run well in the Breeders' Cup, but he didn't have a very good trip either. But it's interesting, Greg. You know, you point that out. He's a closer, but is he better with less distance?
Seems like it.
Yeah. No, it's a reasonable point. But on the other hand, you know, I'm not going to hold that Churchill Downs Arlington Million against him because nobody closed on that turf course. Yeah. But I just wonder if this race is going to be able to run on the grass, and if it's run on the dirt. I mean, Militarist looks like he's going to be about 1 to 5 in here because there's no dirt horses in this race. Hope they can run on the grass.
Meanwhile, Dream Supreme, race 8 in here. Wisconsin, 3 graded stakes wins in her career. They've all come at Churchill Downs. is she, well, she's not. She's not been the same the last couple of starts, but is she good enough against this field? She's got to deal with Joyful Cadence again, and this is their meeting in the winning colors back in May that went to Wisconsin.
Well, yeah, I mean, the horse that won the winning colors would probably win this race. The problem is she has really tailed off, and when you see a 5-year-old mare that's tailing off like that, I think if she ends up a short price near, you're supposed to bet against her, because unfortunately, she just seems like her best race behind her. She was bad last time. She should have run better, and even the race 2 back just wasn't that good. On the other hand, you kind of hope she goes out with a big effort. You know, she's had such a good career. You kind of root for her. What was the excuse for Palm Cottage last time? If Palm Cottage can run back to her races 2 and 3 back, she's going to win this race, but I don't trust her off her last race.
And we showed you Wisconsin beating Joyful Cadence. Their last 3 times they've met, Joyful Cadence has got the better of her.
But Joyful Cadence is going to have to deal with Palm Cottage, I would think, in this race, and that's going to hurt her. I mean, one thing that Joyful Cadence has had in her favor is she's been able to control in a lot of those races. But she sat behind Slam last time, and she didn't run that well, but she beat both horses that we're talking about.
Tough read in this race.
Very tough read. For all of them, really, okay.
Bet on Sunshine, the 9th 6-furlong sprint. He's back. I've been waiting for it. His race was so good. September 23rd for Greg Foley. Bango, really talented sprinter, cut below just probably the best. That's why we didn't see him in the Breeders' Cup. We're going to see him tomorrow. 8 of his 10 career wins coming at Churchill Downs.
The only thing that kind of worries me a little bit about him is that I think he's going to get badly outrun early in this race. I think the pace figures to be much tougher than it's been in his recent starts, and I worry that that may hurt him from a positional standpoint. Now, the pace may fall apart in here. I'm not Top Gunner's biggest fan. What about Miles Ahead and Sibelius? I mean,
Huge
those 2
effort.
horses. Miles Ahead was terrific in his last couple races, and we know Sibelius is capable of running big as well. They look like major players. But Bango, I mean, what is his record at Churchill? 8 for 15 or something? Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Greg Foley's done a terrific job with that horse. But yeah, Sibelius, he comes out of the Grade 2 Phoenix. He's only beat 2 lengths. He ran 4th in there. Before that, 106 Buyer.
Yeah.
Back
he's got to bounce back
100
a little
Buyers.
to the Phoenix. I didn't like his Phoenix. It wasn't that tough a race.
Okay.
Miles Ahead, though, scares me.
All those stakes. We hope it stays on the grass, but that's coming up tomorrow. Part of our program that begins at 12 Eastern start time. SNY, we'll see it beginning at 4 Eastern, but FS2, we start at noon Eastern. Unbridled Bomber, the Run 1 race wonder. He backed it up. Can't say that about him anymore. It's a very talented 3-year-old going the right way. Keystone Field takes the feature on Claiming Crown Day. Churchill Downs holding off Intrepid Heart. Mike Maker, Gerardo Corrales, Kirk Wyckoff, and 3 Diamonds Farm. Congrats. We'll see you starting 12 Eastern on Sunday.